Hey friends, I was recently in Russia and I got to attend a forum sponsored by the Valdy Discussion Club. That's a very important think tank in Russia, located in the city of Sochi, kind of in the mountainous areas. And at this event, I was able to hear from Jack Ma. Now, Jack Ma, who was one of the speakers at the event, he is the CEO of Alibaba, which is probably the biggest internet company in China. He's probably the richest man in China. And Jack Ma gave a presentation, and I was sitting there in the audience, and what struck me was how many Marxist or Marxian concepts were in Jack Ma's presentation. And I kind of smiled because I realized, a lot of people, they don't understand what Karl Marx was all about. They don't understand Marxism. A lot of people have this kind of caricature of Marxism. They think, hey, Karl Marx said, all the people should get together and have a violent revolution and impose utopia on the world and try to create utopia. That's not really what Karl Marx was about. That's not really what Marxism is. But if you listen to Jack Ma explains some concepts that are very key and can be found in Karl Marx's writings. So let's take a listen to some of the comments that Jack Ma made at the Valdy Discussion Club, and then I'll explain to you how these are understandings that you can really get from Karl Marx. There's a real Marxist influence on Jack Ma. Take a listen.
Where other people worry, we try to figure out the way how to solve the worries. Today, many things have changed, but people still worry about the internet. They even worry more. And it reminds me the early days people worry about the cars. When automobile was designed, people worry more about the car accidents rather than the great things that a car would bring to the human lives. And I noticed that people worry about data. People worry about privacy. People worry about security. And I think the most things we should worry about is the worry itself. A lot of countries, because of worry, they lose a lot of things. European today, we don't see a lot of big internet companies. One of the reasons they worry too much, I think. And the worry will stop us from being more creative.
Right, so Jack Ma is basically saying we shouldn't be afraid of technology. At one point, when capitalism was beginning to develop, there was a group of people called the Luddites, and they went around, burning looms because they saw that the looms were, eliminating jobs, and, this new social order of capitalism and factories and production was the problem, and they just wanted to hold back history. They were the Luddites, and a lot of times people will say that technology itself is the problem. Well, Karl Marx, as he saw capitalism emerging from feudalism, said, technology is not the problem. The problem is how technology is organized and how production is being set up. And there was this understanding that human beings, what separates them from animals is actually their ability to create technology, and that human beings are constantly marching forward. There is human progress. That is a key Marxist concept. So when Jack Ma is telling people not to be afraid of the internet, he's articulating a concept that was very key in Karl Marx's teachings. Now, let's listen to another part of what Jack Ma says.
IT technology will kill a lot of jobs, but most of these jobs are stupid jobs. Those jobs are not supposed done by computers, are not supposed done by human beings. Past 100 years, we make people like a machine. Now we are making machine like a people. And we are doing the other side. But the right way to do it is the next, I think, 10, 20 years. We'll make machine like a machine and people like a people. Machine will never be able to conquer human beings. Machine is smart. Machine is stronger. Machine is faster. But machine does not have a soul, does not have a value, does not have a belief that people have. So we should not make machine think like human beings. We should make machine learn like human beings. So this is what we believe. And we think in the future there will be no made in China, no made in America, no made in Russia. It's going to be made in internet. Whether you like it or don't like it, the technology revolution is coming. Nobody can stop it. But the way we teach our kids, the curriculums we teach our kids, the subjects we teach our kids, will stop our kids from getting jobs. Because one thing for sure, computer is going to be much smarter than human beings. If we keep on teaching our kids the way we creative, we should teach our kids to be more innovative. We should teach our kids to be more constructive.
Pointing to another Marxist concept. Karl Marx in his writings talks about how under capitalism, human beings are basically reduced to being what he calls the appendages of machines. Essentially, the capitalists are trying to churn out as many products as they can so they can make products, and they want to hire as few people as possible, and they want to eliminate jobs, and they want to reduce human beings to just kind of cogs in a machine, and hire as few of them as they can, so to produce as much efficiency as they can, pay as low wages, make the workers that they do have as replaceable as possible, and that this really affects people's lives. Human beings are kind of reduced to being cogs in a machine and taught not to use their brains and taught to be obedient, and that this is kind of what has happened, that workers, the working class workers, they've kind of stripped away of their creativity and their individuality and kind of reduced to being cogs in an industrial machine that the capitalist is always trying to make more efficient and trying to kind of eliminate their humanity, eliminate their need, and make them easily as replaceable, pay them as little as they possibly can get away with. This experience, the alienation of labor from production, this is a key Marxist concept that Jack Ma is hinting at and talking about how artificial intelligence is taking it to a whole new level. And basically what he's calling the stupid jobs are being eliminated, and that the only thing human beings have left is their intelligence. Now, I wanted to go on because, one of the other great thinkers that is associated with the Marxist movement is Lenin. And if you listen to this selection from Jack Ma's remarks, you can also hear a Leninist concept or a Marxist-Leninist concept being articulated.
So, about globalization, I think globalization has nothing wrong. But globalization today is not perfect. It's only a baby. 1,000 years ago, the global trade is determined by few kings and queens. Last 30, 40 years, the globalization is determined, is benefit only 60,000 big companies. 20% of the countries succeed. 80% of the time 80% of the countries don't have a chance. IT is 20-80, but the DT is 80-20. We have to care for those 80% of the countries, developing countries, young people. And globalization can never be stopped because the world is movable. And the other thing is that we can never and we should never stop trade. When trade stops, war starts. So I think the very important thing is the world should not only need a G20, we need a G200. The world should not only have a B20, we should have a B200. And the world and trade, of course, the trade formality, the way we do trade is going to be totally different. And I always say that the DT time, the world will be different. We can make the world more fair. We will make the technology to empower more young people.
Well, Vladimir Lenin wrote a book called Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, basically showing how this works, how the Western countries, as they developed, the billionaire capitalist elites in those countries basically started carving out parts of the world as spheres of influence. They went into Africa, they went into Asia, they went into Latin America, they went into different parts of what is now called the Global South, or people like to call the Global South, or the Third World, and were holding back progress and using it as a place to kind of dump their commodities onto, and that these billionaire bankers in the Western countries were keeping the Third World poor. The problem wasn't globalization, the problem is the way it was set up. And Jack Ma, in his remarks, he's advocating something different. He's saying we need a global economy. We need countries trading with other countries, but we need to do it in a different way. We need to have a global economy that's not imperialist, a global economy based on win-win cooperation. And this is the Chinese understanding. We need countries trading with other countries. We can't isolate countries from each other and put up a wall, but it needs to be fair trade. It needs to be win-win cooperation. Very, very interesting. Marxists have never been opposed to globalization. They've been opposed to imperialism and countries being held down and kind of repressed, by one global international system. A very interesting observation from Jack Ma. He's pointing out that we live in a world where certain countries are being held back, and that the way that these financial and global institutions operate, they keep countries from developing. Now, there's another selection from Jack Ma that I think is also very interesting.
So this is what I want to finally say. Technology is scary, The first technology revolution caused World War I. Second technology revolution caused directly or indirectly caused World War II. Now we are in the third technology revolution. What is the third world war? If the human beings do not have the same enemy, we're going to fight among ourselves. The enemy should be against poverty. The enemy should be against the environment. The enemy should be against the disease. And I think all those countries, China, Russia, USA, European, we should share the technology, unite together to fight this war. And this is the war that if we fight it together, young people are going to be much happier.
Now, Jack Ma is essentially saying here, look, technology is advancing and there's nothing we can do about it. However, it's up to us to try and make the best of it and try and make it so that technology doesn't create a big disaster. And when he points out that the Second World War and the First World War both came after leaps in technology, he's again alluding to a Marxist understanding that what happened in the lead up to the First World War was that industry had taken on some new gigantic leaps. Production was more efficient than ever before, but there was an economic crisis because as they were advancing technology, they were paying workers as little as they possibly could, and as a result, workers couldn't buy back the products. There was a financial crisis, and in that financial crisis, these imperialist countries, these Western countries that were dominating the world economy, they started fighting with each other, and pretty soon you had this huge world war. And in the lead up to the Second World War, again, you had huge leaps in technology. You had capitalists eliminating jobs. You had poverty created by abundance. Capitalists, not needing workers, workers not being able to buy back the products. This is what Marx called overproduction. As a result, you had a global financial and economic crisis, the Great Depression, and soon that created political problems. You had the rise of fascism, and eventually you had the Second World War. Jack Ma understands this. World War II was not caused by those evil Germans. World War I was not caused by, just one event here, one figure being assassinated. The First and Second World Wars were caused by a crisis in the global capitalist economy. This is a very advanced understanding. What Jack Ma is saying, he's using Marxist concepts. I mean, this is somebody who is very familiar with Marxism. I mean, China is a country that is ruled by a communist party. Every person in the universities in China studies Marxist-Leninist ideology as well as Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping theory at the universities. He's applying these rules and trying to tell us what to do about the computer revolution. And when it gets down to it, technology is basically laying the basis for a need to get beyond profit-centered economies. If we continue to have an economy based on profits, the technological revolution is only going to result in disaster. Under capitalism, as long as production takes place to make a profit for a group of capitalists, the result is greater poverty. People can't buy back the products they produce, and pretty soon you have an economic crisis. And Jack Ma is kind of alluding to the fact that we need human-centered development. We need economies that are set up to serve the people and serve society at large, not profits. So yes, Jack Ma may be a billionaire. Jack Ma may be the owner of a private company, but he has an understanding of how capitalism works. This is somebody who's studied Marxism, and he's warning us. He's applying the Marxist understanding of history to what's going on in the world today with the computer revolution and warning us about some of the dangers that are on the horizon. But he's also telling us to be optimistic because history is like a train and it keeps marching forward and we can't stop it. The only thing we can do is try to just make the best of it and try to fight for a rationally organized society in which profits are not in command. Jack Ma is a very, very smart man, and Marxism definitely has an influence on him. There is definitely a Marxist influence on Jack Ma's message, and if we are going to make the best of the world that we live in, we need to get beyond economies based on profit. If you've been watching this video, you now have an understanding of Marxism, and that came largely from Jack Ma.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com.
Well, I got to tell you, the reason that I wrote this book is because I interacted with somebody. There was somebody I came across, and they had worked with Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris. And they told me about that. And so I started doing research because, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president? we learned everything there was to know about, his mother, Ann Dunham, his father from Kenya, his grandparents, and everything, Jeremiah Wright, and the school in Indonesia. But no one knows anything about Kamala Harris. Nothing. I mean, we know nothing. We know that she was in Congress. She gave some great speeches, and now she's potentially the next president. We know nothing about her. Well, her father is Donald Harris, who is a Marxist economist who taught at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley, the kind of socialist president of Jamaica, kind of a Bernie Sanders president of Jamaica for a long time. And he and her are not on speaking terms. He denounced her presidential campaign in 2020. And there's a story there. There's a lot there, and no one wants to talk about it. I dug into it and did the research.
And why did he? No, it had something to do with her disparaging Jamaicans as pot-smoking potheads, right?
Well, yes. So what happened was she was on a radio show called The Breakfast Club, and she was asked if she'd ever smoked marijuana. I don't know if you remember this. And she said, oh, yeah, that she smoked weed when she was in college. And then they asked her what music she listened to when she smoked weed. And she said Snoop Dogg. And that was interesting because Snoop Dogg had not yet released an album at the point when she was in college. So that's interesting. But regardless, she then said, half my family's from Jamaica. What do you think? And Donald Harris heard about this, and he didn't particularly care for it. And he published an essay called Reflections of a Jamaican Father. And in that essay, he reveals that it looks an awful lot like Kamala Harris lied in her autobiography. In her autobiography, The Truths We Hold, she says that when her parents divorced when she was a small child, the only thing they fought over was the books. Oh, doesn't that sound nice? They only fought over the books. Well, Donald Harris reveals they actually fought over who got custody of Kamala and her sister. There was a custody battle. And in that custody battle, they played up the stereotype of Jamaican men and black men as not good fathers, as pot smokers, as lazy, etc. And that stereotype that she invoked of Jamaicans as, joy-seeking, I forget the language he exactly used, but, that was used to deprive him of the ability to see his daughters. So he particularly took issue from it. He denounced her presidential campaign. He called it a travesty of identity politics. And he said he speaks for her entire Jamaican family. He did not attend her inauguration as vice president. Her mother is deceased, and Kamala Harris talks about her mother endlessly. Her mother is like a saint. But her father, nobody talks about the fact that she has this father who taught Marxist economics at Stanford University, etc. And there's a lot there if you dig into it. That is particularly surprising. If Barack Obama had a Marxist father, we would have heard about it endlessly. But nobody wants to talk about Kamala Harris and her estrangement from her father in Jamaica.
The thing is, we talked about this yesterday or the other day. It would be a mistake for Trump to come at her as being some kind of far left Marxist radical, because she's not. She's not. She is a very much an authoritarian enemy of black people, lock 'em up cop, and a tool of the military-industrial complex and Wall Street, along with Big Pharma. So she is a corporate puppet. She's all the bad things you would think of. I used to equate with being right wing, but now things are flipping around. So I don't know, those terms don't mean anything anymore. So, but yeah, she's not a far leftist. Ed, would you consider her a far left? You wrote the book.
No, not at all. I mean, what is interesting, though, is that, her parents certainly were on the far left when they met each other.
Right.
They met each other at the free speech movement in Berkeley. They were part of, left-wing protests. They were most likely in some kind of communist organization at that time. We don't know exactly, but her father was a Marxist economist. They were both attending protests. But what's interesting, and I talk about this in the first chapter of the book, is that, Berkeley in the early 60s was not only the center of, protest movements for civil rights, the free speech movement at UC Berkeley. It was also the center of all kinds of CIA programs intended to manipulate left-wing politics. Starting with the downfall of McCarthy in the late 50s and early 60s, the U.S. government started covertly funding various leftist and communist groups while manipulating and crafting their politics to serve a different agenda. The Bay Area was the center of Project MK Ultra, where the CIA was distributing LSD, throughout civilian areas, just handing acid to people, etc. And there was all kinds of manipulation of the politics of the Bay Area. And her parents were heavily involved in that. And that is particularly interesting when you look into it. Kamala Harris talks about how when she grew up in the Bay Area, she attended a cultural center called Rainbow Sign. And it was a cultural center connected with James Baldwin and I believe Ralph Ellison and some other black intellectuals who were being promoted by the CIA as an alternative to the communist wing of black liberation. This was the time when you had the Black Panthers that were rising, Huey Newton in Oakland and others. And so this was a cultural center that was being funded and promoted to kind of push black radicals in a direction that was less dangerous to the establishment. And that's particularly interesting when you look into it. There's a lot there if you look into Kamala Harris and her background. And the fact that no one wants to talk about her father. And when it really gets down to it, the fact that the most epic political knockout was delivered in 2020 by Tulsi Gabbard. Do you remember that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
We played
why
on...
did
I was there when that happened.
Yeah, it was amazing. I've never seen, she just used her very limited time on the debate stage to just go over Kamala's record as a vicious prosecutor.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com.
There's an individual who just died. I'm gonna talk about him on here because this is an example of somebody who didn't agree with me on much. Somebody, especially in the last 5-10 years of life, didn't agree with me on very much. But he was an essential part of the Free Assange movement in New York City. And he died. He died a couple months ago, I believe. And I want to tell you about this person because there's one thing that I heard when I was in Russia. And I heard it at the World Youth Festival planning meeting. And I heard it from a Russian government person. And they talked about how during the Second World War, what was made clear is that ordinary people could be heroes. Ordinary people could be heroes just by defending their community from the Nazi invaders. And that's what the Second World War showed. And that's also what was shown by socialist realist art. Right? Socialist realist art. You have the statue of the factory worker. You have the statue of the woman feeding the chickens. You have the painting of the common soldier. That social realist art was about how ordinary people can be heroes. This was an ordinary man who was a hero. And he didn't agree with me on very much. Didn't agree with me on a lot. But this was an ordinary man who was a hero. And in particular because of the Assange case. This man was named Marty Goodman. Marty Goodman, he was a transit worker in New York City. He drove a subway train in New York City for a living. And he was a communist. He was a Trotskyist. He grew up in a Communist Party USA family, but he joined the Socialist Workers' Party and was involved in anti-Vietnam War protests during the 1980s. He left the Socialist Workers' Party. He was in a really tiny Trotskyist group called Socialist Action for many years. And I met Marty Goodman years ago because he was involved in anti-war protests. And he was a very nice man. He wasn't very tall. He had a thick accent. He used to talk like this. And Marty didn't agree with me on a lot. You know, I'm a hardline Marxist-Leninist. I defend the Soviet Union and Stalin. He was a Trotskyist. And there was a lot of drama in his organization related to Alexander Dugin and all kinds of stuff. And But Marty made it his commitment in his final years of life to organize the Free Assange protests of New York City. And long after that became a trendy thing to do, long after the cancel culture got going and Julian Assange was called an anti-Semite and a Trump supporter and all this stuff, Marty kept doing it. And he organized protests where Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and Max Blumenthal spoke. And he would always call me on the phone before those rallies. Hey, Caleb. Hey, you remember me? This is Marty Goodman. We're going to have a rally to free Assange. Sometimes I went to the rallies to free Assange, and there'd be 5 people there. 5 people. And one of them was Marty. No, I am being dead honest with you all. There was a day where he called me, Caleb, we're having a rally to free Julian Assange. It's outside the British consulate or whatever. And I went there and there were 5 people there. There were 5 people at the rally. And one of them was Marty. Marty knew that Julian Assange was right. And he was a Trotskyist and he was a transit worker and he was a lot of different things. And he knew that Julian Assange was right. And as he got older, he was retired, as he had a falling out with different anti-war groups, as lifelong friends, he just decided, I am going to support Julian Assange. And week after week and month after month, I was getting calls from Marty Goodman. Caleb, we're having a rally for Julian Assange. And I mean, this was his obituary. He died. He died back in March, 74 years old, transit worker. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were millions of people all over the world like Marty, millions of unsung heroes like Marty Goodman, some of them were libertarians, some of them were Trump supporters, QAnon people, some of them were communists, Trotskyites like Marty Goodman, Stalinists like Jyoti Brar, Maoists, some of them were anarchists, some of them were punk rockers, some of them were white, some of them were black, some of them were Asian, some of them were Latino, some of them were Arab Americans. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many people from so many different backgrounds who knew what was right and knew that they would never abandon Julian Assange, Julian would still be locked up today. The reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is because of people like Marty Goodman. With all due respect to Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and, celebrities, it's great when you get a celebrity endorsement, but those celebrities, they weren't the people that organized those rallies. They weren't the people that were there when there was 5 people out in front of the embassy. Marty was there. The American Revolution, they used to talk about winter soldiers and summer soldiers. Now, during the American Revolution, there were some people that were with George Washington. They were with the American Revolution in the summertime. But once it got cold, they were out of there. But there were some people in the American Revolution they called the winter soldiers. And those were the guys that were there all year long. And they weren't just fighting when it was warm. They were fighting when it was freezing cold in the mountains in Valley Forge. And the reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is not because of the summer soldiers. It's because of the winter soldiers. It's because of the people who never backed down from supporting Julian Assange. It's because of the people who made it their issue. It's because of the people who made it clear that they weren't going to budge on Julian Assange. They were going to work with anybody who could be worked with on the issue of Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman. It's because of ordinary people, an ordinary transit worker who happened to be in a tiny little communist group. Every time I'd see him, I'd buy a copy of his newspaper. He was physically quite short. He had a thick New York accent, and he supported Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman that Julian Assange is free today. Roger Waters, other people, we appreciate their support. But in order to have a movement, you need people like Marty Goodman. You need people who just hang on and don't back down. That's what you need. And I wish people could understand that. When we talk about a movement isn't a Facebook like or share. A movement isn't an online petition that you sign. A movement isn't a YouTube live stream. A movement is people who are in this for the long haul. People that are willing to make sacrifices. People who are willing to take risks. People who are willing to take difficult stands. People who are calling you at midnight about a protest happening in a few days. Hey, Caleb, I know you're an RT reporter. Me and my friends, we're going to be in front of the British Embassy. We're going to be supporting Assange. Can you be there? Can you be there? That was Marty. And there were big rallies for Assange too, and he was at those rallies as well. There were rallies with thousands of people for Assange. He was there as well. But he became an Assange guy in his final years of life. He decided he was going to be an Assange guy, and he didn't care. He didn't care what anyone had to say. He didn't care if the people he was walking with were Republicans or libertarians. He didn't care if Julian Assange tweeted something anti-Semitic. He didn't care if Julian Assange was accused of blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Trump, blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Biden or Clinton, blah, blah, blah. He supported Julian Assange. And he made that his issue. And that is why Julian Assange is free today. I want you all to understand that. That's why Julian Assange is free. Julian Assange is free because of people like Marty Goodman. People who made the movement their life. People who stood on principle. And Marty Goodman, to Marty Goodman's credit, he was a Trotskyite, but he was always friendly to me. And every time he saw me, he'd say, Caleb, how's it going? And there were a lot of people that I was a leftist activist with in the time when I met him who wouldn't speak to me, who wouldn't talk to me. My name has I'm just hated in communist and leftist circles, and especially among Trotskyites and especially among the so-called liberal left. Not Marty. I saw Marty Goodman at the 50th anniversary of MLK Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. He told me he'd been at the original. Much respect. Wow. You knew him too, huh? This is a hero right here. And the reason that Julian Assange is free is because it wasn't just Marty. There were people in Britain and people in Australia and people in America, people all across America, people all across Europe who did what Marty did. They made Assange their cause, and they didn't back down. And that is what I want you all to understand. These kinds of people are what make movements happen. Not the Vosches, not the ContraPoints, not the Bernie Sanders. It's the Marty Goodmans. And I wish I could get people to understand that. Some people are in this for real.
Congestive heart failure, and she's handicapped. She has to be on oxygen about every day.
Senior citizens handicapped. She has a daughter handicapped.
That doesn't mean anything to them. They have to help.
Mortgage, whatever.
How long has it been, if you don't mind me asking, has it been since you made a house payment? Because we want to know what they're
Okay, my house is paid off.
Okay.
And on the mortgage, made one
come together. When all the different grassroots organizations have to come together. This is a shame. We can't let this happen.
I am going to talk to you too, if you don't mind.
Moratorium now.
Daughter?
Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now.
Okay. Could you give us maybe more details about that? Do you feel like she has swindled into a mortgage? But
I'm the daughter of Ruby Crosby. She did have an adjustable rate arm, which did continue to rise. However, the house went into foreclosure. We were able to secure a reverse mortgage before the last day to redeem the house. And we spoke with Trot and Countrywide and explained to them that we wouldn't be able to give them every dime of their money, but there's a 3-day rescission once you close on a property. And it may be possible that we may not be able to get that waived. We've had several attorneys talk to Trot, and we've also spoken with Countrywide, and the answer has always been no. To date, they told us no at least to 5 different attorneys. I've tried myself to get them to accept the money. The Trot attorney has been extremely nasty to us in court. I've almost felt like he was bullying the judges as well. The judge asked him to give us more time. He told the judge no repeatedly. She said, well, if I give them more time, will you object? He said, yes, I will. In the hallway, the Trot attorney told me, you better stop filing stuff or you will be paying my attorney fees.
Is there some underlying, why do they want this house?
The judge asked them if they had a buyer for the house, and they said no. One of the attorneys that I had actually said that he was told, they said they didn't want the money from a reverse mortgage. They didn't want the money from any of our family members. They want the house back. Even if they got the house back and sold it for $5,000, they want the house back. They said we just need to go. It doesn't make sense to have the money to pay it off, and they not accepting it. I know that they can do it because there's another incident that just recently occurred. I was part of it, and I helped provided the payoff in a timely fashion from trial. So they have just been nasty to it, and the answer has always been no.
What's your name?
Nancy Pearl.
How do you spell that?
N-I-K-K-I. Thank you so much.
There's no response by the public officials. Nobody, absolutely nobody responded to it. What's out there? No prosecution can't
And I'm telling you right now, the bank, they are.
Hey everybody.
Hello.
I'm Caleb. And, and
Ellie.
Ellie and Gabby.
Gabby. Yeah.
And we're here in Chicago, where we just delivered the thousands of books we plan to distribute during the DNC events. Very exciting. And so we thought we would make a morning message just to send revolutionary greetings to the rest of our organization. We've been reminiscing and enjoying and talking about the new turn in organization and the way we're going to be operating in terms of outreach and the innovationist turn. It's all been very exciting. Had some great ice cream at a nice classy ice cream place here in Chicago, and we've been talking, and I'll be headed back to New York City. But yeah, what's on your mind, Gabby?
How we're just going ahead and trying to move forward, and being innovationist is the goal for what we're trying to do with outreach. And so we have a lot planned out for the Midwest. So I'm hoping that whoever is listening could kind of organize in your state or wherever you guys are at, because doing Midwest work is only the Midwest type of people who could be part of it. But we want to grow as we start to have more people to join, and you guys could start your own thing. And now we're doing our own thing in the Midwest. So you look at that now.
Yeah, we're planning to have a workshop this fall. The details to be announced soon. After DNC and everything is over, we'll be, moving toward having a fall workshop. We're very excited about that. Hope to have a lot of new people there. Anything you'd like to add, Ellie?
Not really. I'm just going to try to learn from Gabby because she is she is the master of outreach.
I'm going with the flow, you guys. Like I said, we're going ahead. We got to go find, if we can't do it, we got to find a plan B. Always move forward and don't look back. Just keep doing what we're doing, and we're gonna move ahead, and sometimes it's gonna be a bumpy road, but we got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Bye.
Well, have a great day, everyone. Bye.
Have a good one.
When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats. because we understood that that was what was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below, because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed, and it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, hey, they zigzag, you know, they're always reversing themselves. You know, they do this and then they do that. Yeah, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, and every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done. So folks, those of you who may not be aware, there is a huge economic embargo on Cuba. The US government prevents medicine and food and other supplies from getting into Cuba. It's awful. Now, there's a group of protesters here in New York. They're marching behind a banner that says SOS Cuba. And so I'm going to ask them if they support ending the economic sanctions on Cuba, if they support ending the embargo on Cuba and preventing Cubans from getting food and medicine. Let's see if they actually want to help the Cuban people. Let's see what they're really about. So, do you want to end the blockade? Do you want to end the blockade? No, I'm just curious. You want to help the Cuban people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to end the sanctions and end the blockade?
That's not helping them.
No.
How does that help them?
Prevent them from getting medicine? Prevent them from getting medical supplies? Do you want to end the blockade?
We want freedom. Don't help them.
Now, do you want to end the blockade of Cuba? Do you want to end the economic embargo and the sanctions on Cuba?
No. Freedom for Cuba.
Right, but what about the blockade?
No, blockade is okay.
The blockade is okay?
Yeah,
prevents
it's
people
okay.
from getting medicine.
Blockade is okay.
Why is the blockade good? Tell me why the blockade is good. So you support the blockade? Tell me more about supporting the blockade.
I don't speak
Cuba.
So do you want to end the blockade?
Cuba.
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions against Cuba?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions?
No, end the sanction, no.
Why not?
We want to end the communism.
So
the Cuba
the blockade keeps people from getting
because
medicine.
they want freedom. It's not about
So you don't want to end the blockade?
The dictatorship
blockade is
I'm
good?
the one who has the blockade.
Okay, so you support sanctions on Cuba. You support preventing your own people from getting medicine. That's what you support? So I just want to be clear, this is a pro-blockade, demonstration. You support the blockade? You support the blockade? So as you just saw, these protesters do not want to actually help the Cuban people. They support the blockade. They were very clear. They support sanctions on Cuba, preventing Cubans from getting medicine, preventing Cubans from getting access to important food goods and medical supplies. They're speaking in the name of the Cuban people, but they're actually in support of preventing the Cuban people from getting food and medicine. They don't really support the Cuban people. These are just pro-State Department activists. These are regime change activists. They want Cuba to be the new Libya. They want Cuba to be the new Iraq or the new Afghanistan or the new Syria. They don't really support their own people. They just want their people to suffer to carry out their political agenda. They don't like the Communist Party. It has nothing to do with helping the Cuban people. You heard them yourselves. There's many people in Russia and in China now who are talking about geopolitics and how the earth and landscapes and geography can affect politics, how the politics of a country and the political system and the economy of a country can reflect the way the land is set up. And generally, those who refer to geopolitics divide the history of the world between land civilizations and sea civilizations. And the idea is that in parts of the world where there's a lot of ocean access, you tend to have more individualist economies, and you tend to have more centralization of wealth, and you have empires that focus on controlling the trade routes. Whereas on land masses, in particular in Eurasia, in Russia, in China, in Iran, and places that are on the Eurasian world island, you tend to have civilizations that are more collectivist in nature and focus on development. And that this relates to the fact that in order to have expansion on the Eurasian mainland, you need to build roads, you have to build infrastructure, whereas, in order to dominate the ocean, you just simply need control of trade routes. And so there's a whole lot written about the empires of the sea in the ancient world versus empires of the land, right? And the term used for empires of the sea, they call them thalassocracy. And empires of the land, the term that is used is turgocracy. And the understanding is the ancient Chinese empire was an empire of the land. It was a turgocracy. The Russian Empire was a turgocracy, whereas the British Empire of the 1800s and the Roman Empire, these were empires of the sea, and they were thalassocracies. Ancient Greece was a thalassocracy, right? And that these are two types of civilizations that can exist. And this is kind of a vague historical analysis. Alexander Dugin promotes this kind of thinking. It's very popular in Russia. They talk about Eurasianism or Eurasianist thought. There's also a lot of Chinese academics that are promoting it, and it's been around for quite some time, arguing that the peoples of the East and the land-based civilizations have a different culture than the peoples of the sea. And if you look at the history of the Russian Revolution, many people argue that there was a shift in communism from sea communism to land communism with the rise of Stalin and the defeat of Trotsky. And it kind of started with Lenin. So Karl Marx did most of his writing in Britain. He lived in Britain, which was at that point the capital of the British Empire. And Karl Marx, his writing, he said, "Workers of the world unite." And he was focused on the idea that capitalism was an advance over feudalism, feudalism was an advance over slavery. And the way Marx saw it, capitalism was going to spread all over the entire world, and then that would eventually lead to a socialist revolution all over the whole world, and that would eventually lead to communism in the world. And so Marx defended free trade. Nowadays, Marxists and socialists generally go around opposing free trade because free trade allows banks and corporations to destroy economies, etc. But back in Marx's day, Marx was defending free trade because he said free trade will open up commerce, it'll create one world economy, and it'll lead to a situation where capitalism spreads all over the whole world, and then eventually you'll have a global working class that'll be united and have socialism. And it was Lenin who came along, and Lenin, keep in mind, is not in Britain, he's in Russia. And Lenin says, well, actually, we're for nationalism of oppressed nations, and we're struggling against imperialism. We're not against just plain old capitalism. We're against imperialism, which is the British Empire, right? Banks, trusts, cartels, and syndicates holding back development. And we're supporting the fight of entire nations to break free from imperialism, from this international financial system. So the beginning, you could argue, of Marxism and socialism shifting from a sea-oriented orientation to a land-oriented orientation begins with Lenin. And of course, Lenin forms the Party of New Type, the Bolshevik Party. And the Bolshevik Party is like a clandestine secret organization, and it's very demanding and disciplined. It's not a debating society like he considered the other groups to be. You're expected to give the whole of your life. People said that the Bolshevik Party was almost like more of a monastic order. They compared it to like the Franciscans or the Jesuits, where you were expected to give the whole of your life to the revolution, right? An organization of professional revolutionaries. And people said that has roots in Russia's history with the Decembrists and the Old Believers, and that in Russia there's a long tradition of these kind of secret societies and organizations that are dedicated to changing society. And that with Lenin, you have the beginning of Marxism kind of leaving the Western sea civilization mentality of Karl Marx and drifting into the land civilization camp. But then you have the rise of Stalin, and Stalin opposes Trotsky. And what is the big disagreement between Stalin and Trotsky? Trotsky says he's for permanent revolution, which is spread communism all over the entire world. And Stalin says, I'm for socialism in one country, meaning that we can organize our economy to have socialism, we can raise our people out of poverty, and sure, we'll support revolutionary movements in other countries, but that's not the focus. The revolution in other countries is not our business necessarily. We just want to focus on raising our own people up out of poverty, organizing our society this way. Stalin says they need to have 5-year economic plans to industrialize the country. Trotsky says that he wants to draft everyone into the military and militarize the economy and use the military to then spread communism into Europe to have global permanent revolution. And we all know that Trotsky lost and Stalin won over Trotsky, so Trotsky fled first to Turkey and then to France and then to Mexico, and he formed his own organization, the Fourth International, he called it, or the Trotskyites. The Trotskyites were against the Soviet Union. They invoked Lenin and communist history, but they said they were against Stalin. They said Stalin he led what they called a parasitical bureaucracy, and so they were opposing Stalin, and they were calling for a political revolution to overthrow the Soviet government. Eventually, as we saw in the film last night, a number of leaders of the Soviet government were arrested for allegedly being in a conspiracy with Trotsky and getting funding and support from the Nazis to try and overthrow Stalin. Trotsky was found guilty in absentia in the Soviet Union for being the leader of this conspiracy. And then in Mexico City, he was killed. Somebody came into his home and ice-picked him in the head, and he was killed. And that was, as World War II was breaking out, he was killed. And so Trotsky and Stalin kind of represented, I would argue, the land versus the sea division in communism. Whereas Stalin was a guy from the countryside. He was Country Joe. He was from a small village in Georgia. He'd gone to seminary school to learn to be a priest. And in priest school, he had been kind of a rebellious student. He dropped out of seminary school and eventually joined the Bolsheviks. He was a union organizer. He was the editor of Pravda, which was the daily agitational newspaper that they distributed. Trotsky, on the other hand, spent most of his life in exile. He was from Ukraine, but he lived most of his life in Paris and Berlin and Vienna. And he was this well-known revolutionary intellectual who was known at the time of the Russian Revolution. He was living in New York City, where he had a newspaper called, if there's any Russian speakers here, I'm going to butcher this, Novy Mir, which means new peace or new world. And he had a newspaper for Russian-speaking folks in New York City. And when the Russian Revolution happened, he went back to Russia, and he joined the Bolsheviks. Lenin and Trotsky had vehemently disagreed with each other. They had very big disagreements. However, he saw the Bolsheviks were going to win, and so he joined the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, and the Bolsheviks took power in October of 1917. And Trotsky had his theory of permanent revolution, which Lenin had always rejected. And the main disagreement was that Lenin called for a revolutionary dictatorship of the workers and the peasants, meaning that they were going to have the working class was a small minority in the country, just the people in the cities, but the bulk of the Russian population were peasants. And so they were going to build a revolutionary government of workers and peasants. Trotsky said peasants are an inherently backward class because they were working farms that are owned by nobles. They aspire to own their own farms. They aspire to become capitalists. They seek to become capitalists. They have a reactionary aspiration, so they're an inherently backward class. So any government, any revolutionary government that came into existence couldn't include the peasantry because they were inherently backward. Well, you couldn't have had a revolution in Russia if it hadn't included the peasantry, because they were the overwhelming majority of the population. But Trotsky had grown up in Ukraine, and he had been a victim of anti-Semitism at the hands of a lot of Russian peasants, and he had the belief that the Russian peasantry was inherently reactionary. And that was the primary disagreement between him and Lenin. Lenin wanted to organize the peasantry and want an alliance with the working class, and Trotsky said the peasants are inherently backward and reactionary. And because Russia had a peasant majority, Trotsky said the only place that it would really count to have a communist revolution was the Western countries. So if Russia had a revolution, it would just be a temporary holdout to spread communism to where it really mattered, the West, where they don't have peasants anymore. Right? That was the idea, because peasants were inherently backward. Another thing that Lenin and Trotsky disagreed about was that Trotsky was going around calling for the creation of the United States of Europe, the European Union. He was going around saying that if we brought all the European countries into one country, that would break down national barriers and the workers would come together and they'd have a revolution. And Lenin said, we don't want that. We don't want all the Western imperialist countries to come together, because then as they combine their strength, they can more effectively colonize and exploit the third world. So we don't want to create a United States of Europe. In fact, we want the Western imperialist countries to be divided, because that can open the door for colonized countries to get their freedom. So that was a big source of disagreement between the two of them. And then Trotsky announced, on the verge of the Russian Revolution breaking out, he announced that, he repented or whatever, he supported Lenin, he joined the Bolsheviks, but then after Lenin's death, he starts talking about the permanent revolution again, and of course he has a falling out and a disagreement with Stalin, and he forms the Trotskyite movement, which is the other communists, right? It was a way that one could be a communist, but against the Soviet Union, against the socialist countries, in the name of permanent revolution, in the name of being ultra-revolutionary, you would oppose the actual communist governments. And that was the disagreement. And it was really, in essence, a lot about land versus sea, but also about the East versus the West. Trotsky was holding on to Western Marxism, and Lenin and later Stalin had taken Marxism in an Eastern direction, and there was a clear divide. And when we think of the revolutionary movement in Europe, we think of the middle class. We think of, if you ever see Les Miserables, right? Those guys in the pubs, do you hear the people sing, and waving the red flags, and the intellectual students who want freedom and want to rebel and tear the world down. That's the ideology of the Western revolutionary middle class intelligentsia. And that was Trotsky. That's what he was about. But if you look at Stalin, Stalin's a guy from the countryside who went to seminary school. And there's almost a conservatism about Stalin. Stalin is trying to build a movement of people that are patriotic and loyal to their country and want to use socialist methods to build their country up. And there's a disagreement. And this is the Stalin-Trotsky divide. And it's important to understand this divide because it's rather key in understanding where PSL and Sam Marcy came from. So Sam Marcy, his birth name was Sam Balin, and he was born in Ukraine, I believe in like 1912, 1911, something like that. And he was born in a Jewish village. And in Tsarist Russia, Jews were segregated. They lived in different villages. They were segregated. And during the Russian Revolution, the White Army was known to terrorize Jewish villages, and the Red Army protected his village from the White Army. And so his earliest memories of childhood was the Red Army, which he called our army, protecting the village. And he remembered when he was a child how he saw those Red Army soldiers come and protect the village, how happy his family was to be protected. His father was already living in New York City at the time, but he and his brothers were with their mother and they lived in Ukraine. A few years later, he came to New York City, but his earliest memories were of the Red Army protecting his village.
I want to propose my friend here as a member of this August Assembly.
He's a Hume!
Yes, but can we truly call this a monster club if we do not boast amongst our membership a single member of the human race?
Nonsense!
What can he do?
What can he do? In the past 60 years, Humes have exterminated over 150 million of their own kind. No effort has been spared to reach this astronomical figure, and the methods that they have used must demand our unstinted admiration. Humes began with certain very serious disadvantages, but these they overcame with wonderful ingenuity. Not having a fang or a claw, or even a whistle worth talking about, they invented guns and tanks and bombs and airplanes and extermination camps and poison gas and daggers and swords and bayonets and booby traps and atomic bombs and flying missiles, submarines, warships, aircraft carriers, and motor cars. They have even perfected a process whereby they can spread a lethal disease on any part of this planet. Not to say anything about nuclear power. During their short history, Humes have subjected other Humes to death by burning, hanging, decapitation, strangulation, electrocution, shooting, drowning, crushing, racking, disemboweling, and other methods far, far too revolting for the delicate stomachs of this august assembly.
I never realized he was so talented.
We don't like to boast.
I second the proposal. A member of such a talented race can only be a credit to any monster club.
All right, so we will conclude our program tonight with the summary remarks from the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation. He has inspired many people like me to do real-life work and to not be contented in just hiding behind the keyboard. A unique political thinker, rich in depth and full of optimism. One of the kindest, patient, and honest men I've known. He does his utmost best to help people and to make this world a better place. Give your hands up to Caleb Maupin.
Thank you so much. Now stay standing and stretch. Please stand up and stretch. Just get a good stretch. Good stretch. Good stretch. I'll try to be brief because we're ending the program here tonight. So, just want to talk about a few things here. First off, I do want to thank Nick Brana for that great presentation. Tremendous. And I want to also thank Theo and Erebus, who are also from the People's Party. They came in. I want to thank the Uhuru movement. And people don't take seriously how serious the charges against the Uhuru 3 are. This is a really serious case. And the fact that they made the time to come here amid all that their organization is facing, we take that as a badge of honor. We are proud to stand with you, and we will be with you till the end. They should not be able to imprison anyone as a Russian agent for exercising their freedom of speech. We are on your side. Hands off, Uhuru. Absolutely. Chris Halali and I go way back. Chris Halali is great. He's from Vermont. Theo is also from Vermont, so they're co-staters. And Chris Halali, in addition to all the great things in his introduction, he's a farmer. Did you know that? We have the workers and the farmers represented here, so this is really, really great. Want to acknowledge Jose. You know, Jose, he has interrupted so many people. And some people said to me jokingly, they said, "Are you sure you want to invite that guy?" Then I said to them, I said, if Jose were to interrupt me in my speech, that would be like having like an expert opera singer get up and perform an oratory. It would be like the best thing ever because he has done it so well. He has held the politicians' feet to the fire, and it would put me in some pretty big leagues with members of Congress and important people, vice presidents and others. So it would almost be an honor. So there you go, Jose. Really, really glad to have you here. And the Schiller Institute also has done so much to raise awareness about the Belt and Road Initiative. They were talking, a friend of mine years ago I was talking to about the Schiller Institute, and he said back in the 1980s they used to see election campaigns for their German political party. And they would be posters that were put up for their German political party, and it would have these high-speed trains going from China up into Europe. And people thought this was a crazy science fiction organization. What the hell is this, these trains? Well, now it's happening. It's actually happening. So that's some vision that I can respect. I also want to acknowledge, a couple friends that are here. Both Irving and Kevin, they're both former transit workers who came out tonight. So we love you, Irving. We love you, Kevin. Glad to have you here. And now Marnie. And that was a great presentation, Marnie. Marnie and I go way back to Occupy Wall Street. And Marnie was part of Occupy Wall Street. She wore a lot of crazy costumes back then, and she was part of the entertainment of Occupy Wall Street. What's so amazing is she kept protesting, and she kept doing things, even as so many people, when it stopped being trendy, when it stopped being cool. Marnie is keeping Occupy Wall Street alive, and every year she does an anniversary of Occupy Wall Street. Actually, I've had the honor of attending several of these anniversary OWS gatherings. So Marnie is keeping Occupy Wall Street alive. And, I came to New York City about 9 months before Occupy Wall Street. And I came to this city on a Greyhound bus. But I came to New York City from Cleveland, Ohio. And I had actually done some activism in Cleveland, Ohio, before I came to New York City. And in Cleveland, Ohio, there's an organization, I think it still exists. It's called Black on Black Crime Incorporated. And this is an organization that's led by Art McCoy, who's the owner of a barber shop in Cleveland. And this organization, Black on Black Crime Incorporated, it's kind of a black nationalist-oriented community empowerment group. A lot of ministers, a lot of Muslim imams, a lot of community businessmen and others. And I tell people that in a country where you have a real communist party or a real revolutionary organization, that's what it looks like. Because I would go to the meetings of Black on Black Crime Incorporated, and every week, Wednesday, they'd have like 80 people there. And they would talk about the stoplights, and they would talk about issues like rent rising in the community. They talk about garbage being collected. They would talk about all kinds of issues. And every week, it was like a citizens' power council in Nicaragua. It was like a Soviet, in the Bolshevik years. It was the community coming together to address the needs of the people. It was really a beautiful organization. And police brutality wasn't always a trendy issue to talk about. There has been a rise, Black Lives Matter, and what happened in Ferguson, and then what developed and later with the situation with George Floyd, and now it's something that a lot of people talk about. But it wasn't very trendy to talk about at one point. It was kind of an issue that the media stayed away from. Black on Black Crime Incorporated, it got us involved in some community struggles around police brutality that were pretty horrendous. There was one case, and this woman. Young woman, 19, 20 years old. She'd had a little bit too much to drink one night, and her father didn't want her to get into the car, and so they had an altercation. The father called the police. The police showed up. One of them was on drugs at the time, and just beat the hell out of this woman. And then her mother stepped in to try and protect her, beat the hell out of her. And of course, they then charged them with assault on a police officer. And they said she tried to steal their firearm when there were no fingerprints on the firearm. And eventually these charges were dropped, but they spent 2-3 years in court. And year after year, court date after court date, just dragging it out. And the mother lost her job, and the daughter, was facing much more serious charges, and she's wondering, is she going to go away for 10, 15 years? And eventually, it gets to trial, and they drop everything, but they've already taken this family through 2 or 3 years of hell before they finally get to trial, and then they say, oh, okay, I guess we'll drop it down to nothing. That's how they operate. They destroy people's lives. They get people to plea bargain to things that they didn't do in order to make the charges go away. And I remember going to court with the family that was involved in that case and seeing what they went through, and it was horrifying. And I mean, we were raising money so they could keep the electricity on in their house while they were going through this ordeal. The other thing is that it was through outreach around that particular case that I happened to be outside of Collinwood High School in Cleveland, which is a Cleveland high school on the east side. And I was outside of Collinwood High School, and the kids told me they were planning a walkout against teacher layoffs. And so me and my roommate, we went to that walkout that happened at Collinwood High School. And only about 9 kids got out the door because the police chained the doors to the school shut, which is completely illegal. And so they were kind of assembled outside, and then the police brutally attacked 2 young women, 2 sisters. And I was there, and I filmed it, and it was my video that actually got them acquitted in juvenile court after the police tried to charge them with assault on a police officer. And so I think about the issue of police brutality a lot.
And one of the reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system, capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist. but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Muste, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here, right? And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP, and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they studied Lenin in Iran and they studied the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing. That ain't me. That's not what I believe. And it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists, they are Malthusians, right? They blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation, and that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target. Because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all of that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe. And a lot of them think they're Marxists. So I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And the 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist.
You know what the most important lesson I've ever learned is? It's that you should never abandon the people. You should never retreat into a niche in reaction to the obstacles and setbacks that you encounter. Over the last few years, we've seen the American people reject the Ukraine PSYOP. We've seen the majority of the American people reject the Israel PSYOP. I expect that we'll see the American people prove themselves in many other ways, especially if communists take the initiative and insert ourselves into the mass consciousness. If we work to help lift the people's consciousness up and give more depth to their revolutionary awareness. And I say this because I believe that at this moment we are facing some obstacles that I didn't know that we were facing just a couple weeks ago. Kamala Harris is likely to be the Democratic nominee, which means it's quite possible that the powers that be are going to steal the election for Harris, make sure that Harris wins, which, as Caleb Maupin has observed, is going to be the worst case scenario for this election. Kamala Harris is a personality type that is especially susceptible to being manipulated for the purposes of aggressive foreign policy maneuvers. And for Kamala Harris to be the next president, I think would simultaneously help the woke PSYOP and the anti-woke PSYOP. It would inflame the culture wars in a lot of ways. So this is the reality that we're facing at this moment in time. But it only makes me want to struggle harder. It makes me encouraged to go into the masses more. It doesn't make me discouraged. It doesn't make me feel like retreating from them. I think that the defining mistake of 20th century American communists was to react to the obstacles that they faced by becoming more niche, by internalizing the idea that they can only win by focusing on a particular subset of the population. And, you know, that was understandable at the time in terms of, like, how they could emotionally react to the ways that the labor aristocracy was responding to them, to the prevalence of anti-communist ideas. But even at the time, that was incorrect, and especially now, that's an incorrect stance to take. Anti-popular ideas, especially in a time when the labor aristocracy has declined so much, they're just not correct. The only way that we'll win is by embracing the people, by inserting ourselves into the conversation more, and not walling ourselves off. So that's the idea that I want to convey right now as we face some big issues, some big maneuvers that a ruling class is going to carry out. I don't want us to give up.
To impress upon him that when he talks about white supremacy, the majority of people in America who are poor are white. And if you're going to try to lecture coal miners about white supremacy, it's going to fall flat. And if he's out there being a black activist, he could talk about white supremacy. But if you're trying to run for president and actually oppose the establishment, the last thing you should do is try to lead with trans issues or LGBTQ, or because you know what? If you get a living wage for everybody, that helps everybody, especially trans and LGBTQ, black and white. If you get health care for everybody, that helps everybody, meaning black and white. So if you start to, what the establishment wants people like Cornel West to do is to keep talking about white supremacy, to keep talking about trans issues, to keep talking about LGBTQ as if they're an oppressed minority like they were in the 90s when I started comedy. Back then, they couldn't get married. They could get fired from their job. They couldn't get housing. That's all over. They have and so to keep pretending like we're living 30 years ago is exactly what the establishment wants to do. And by the way, all this talk about trans issues and talk about white, this doesn't come from the grassroots up. This comes directly from BlackRock and Larry Fink. This comes from Vanguard. This is so the most murderous companies who are raping the planet can shroud themselves in an air of virtue. And how do they do it? They do it by trans issues and LGBTQ and white supremacy and inclusion and equity and all that stuff. And that's there to keep us divided, because the only thing that scares the establishment is when people from the left and the right realize they have more in common that divides us, and they have shared enemy, and that shared enemy is the oligarchy. That's the only thing that scares them. And so if they can keep us talking about race, and if they can keep us talking about gender and ethnicity, that's a gift to them, because it keeps everybody divided. Would you
about what is happening here? Yeah, this is in the sport. The name is Sohukai. It's a martial art typical from Ecuador. They have the move, the particular from the Ecuador Andinal dance and the folklore typical from Ecuador. You can practice in the Sohukai self-defense against the weapon like the knife and the other weapon. So like I don't know, like the Krav Maga and food, like the Jiu-Jitsu. You have the hits with how you can say it in English. The food. Your shirt says Ministro del. Minister of the Sport is a partner from the Sohukai in Ecuador in the tournament, in the other activities. But Sohukai do many activities around the country in the year. The activity. I don't know what is the other question that you have, sir.
President Correa is supportive of these kind of programs?
Yes, President Correa is a big support for this activity. We can do this activity like sport, Ecuadorian, just for the help of the President of Ecuador.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, but the first person in Ecuador, he have everything to support this activity. Is a very good for the son of the president practice this activity.
Wow, that's great. It's part of the process, the Bolivarian process, or
yes, it's a part of this process, but. In this moment, the son of president not practice this activity because he have the other activities important down the school. I don't know.
Wow, that's great.
Hey folks, this is Caleb. I'm here at the World Festival of Youth and Students, and with me I have Mohammed, and he is from Justice for Peace, an organization of young Iranians who are involved in their country and trying to create peace around the world. Can you tell us what the reaction in Iran has been to the new sanctions that were imposed on the country by Trump?
Yes, after the sanctions, Iranians become more united with each other. We are all supporting each other against this stupid guy named Trump. And we are supporting our Revolutionary Guard because we believe that without this Revolutionary Guard, we can't have security in this, in this firing land that we are now living in. And so because of that, we support our leader, we support our Revolutionary Guard, and also we ask our government and our diplomats to be strong against the United States of America because that stupid guy named Trump, he can't do anything.
Yeah, now tell us, people in the USA, they hear Islamic and revolutionary, they think that this is a terrorist group. Can you tell us who they really are? Who is the Revolutionary Guard?
They are terrorists, the Revolutionary Guard. Now they are fighting against terrorism, against Daesh in Syria, also in Iraq, lots of the Revolutionary Guard, they were killed, they were burned by Daesh. One of the guys named Hojaji, Mohsen Hojaji, he was burned just 2 months ago in Syria, and they just cut his head. Wow. And so we are standing against terrorism, which is supporting by United States of America.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We Americans, we hate ISIS. ISIS are terrorists, they're murderers, we hate them. The Iranians are also hating them. And together, we should be together, ultimately, to fight the ISIS terrorists.
Exactly.
We shouldn't be enemies.
We believe that we have to be hand in hand against terrorism, against ISIS, and also against imperialism of the United States of America.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And all the best. Yep.
Morning, CPI and CPI viewers. Morning message is that we're getting it done. We got contacts. We passed out books. We just want to say that anything's possible. We made it through the protest cage. If it weren't for me and the Chicago innovators, this would have not happened. And I'm just grateful that I got to meet a lot of people and just knowing what the issues were and connecting with them in a human level, not just politics. I think that in order to thrive as an American and as a innovationist, I believe that we should be able to connect in a human level, not just politics. We're gonna make the Midwest happen. Hopefully we'll have enough people to get stuff started in Chicago. And we have the protests in the background. This is all distraction, we just wanna get people started into doing serious work like we have been doing. All of this is just a lot of distraction and a lot of people who need, spiritual wellness as well. It's not just about hate and wishing people ill will. I believe that for me personally, with the power of God, anything's possible. I hope we'll get this going, and I hope everybody could get motivated. I could motivate people into getting things started, and we did it. I think we passed out all the books, and I just have one more copy.
1,000.
1,000. Chicago members, and we did it, and we got names, and hoping to get more names, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna win. So keep it going, keep the innovationist movement going. So shout out to everybody at CPI, and shout out to people who are interested. You won't regret if you become a member. So have a good one. Ciao.
10 more jumping jacks and we're good. All right, 10 more jumping jacks.
We want to take people from just being viewers and passive to being active and doers. And that's really the thing. So right now we're working at developing that mechanism, basically, because different people have different skills. And a lot of people don't know what their skills are yet.
I say it again, in the land of the free. Use your freedom of choice, your freedom of choice. In nature home, there was a poem about a dog who found two bones. He licked the one, he picked the other. He ran in circles till he dropped dead. Freedom of choice is what you got. Done.
Do two poems. One I'm going to try to do from memory, and then the other one I'm going to have to read. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away." All right.
Now that I find myself agreeing with them sometimes, amazingly in recent years, right, on issues of foreign wars and anti-imperialism, but they call it anti-globalism. They're also against monopoly. So really, I mean, anti-monopoly is kind of another way to say anti-imperialism, or if they want to say anti-globalism, so like making these kind of connections where you can explain like one part. You don't have to say, here's the whole program, you know?
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out, what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey, what's going on?
Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar. What should be in that Caesar? Huh? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together. Yours is a spare name. Speak them. It just calm the mouth as well. Weigh them. It is heavy. Conjure with them. Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now, in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he has grown so great? Hate, thou art shamed! Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods! When went there by a time, since the great flood? Yet it was famed with more than with one man. When went there by a time, when those who talked of Rome, that her wide walls encompassed but one man? Now, it is Rome indeed, and room enough when there is in it but only one man. Oft you and I have heard our fathers say, there once was a man that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome as easily as a king. That's it. That's that
one. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. No dark sarcasm in the classroom. Teacher, leave the kids alone.
Oh, come on.
Scared.
There it is.
Okay, now use your feet. The next one is by Caitlin Johnstone, and this is probably too young of a crowd to apply to most of you, but you all probably know somebody it does apply to, and she calls it "Show Me an Old Rebel." Do not show me a young rebel, whose eyes are bright and whose tail is bushy. Young rebels are fine and good, but they are merely doing what the young are meant to do. Show me an old rebel, one who keeps punching when his hands are arthritic, when her hair is white, when his friends are all dead, when her knees are shot, when it hurts him to pee, when her shoulders are so bad that it would be much easier to punch down than to punch up. Show me an old rebel who keeps standing up after being knocked down over and over again, year after year, decade after decade, who after the 1,000th blow merely spits out a tooth and says, "Son, you have no idea what you're dealing with, do you?" Are you a young rebel, sticking it to the man? Are you upsetting the gray brainiacs and knocking over their word castles? That is fine. Youth will be youth. But show me a young rebel who became an old rebel, who stuck with it through the attack, through the setbacks and the beatings and betrayals, who watched the hippies become yuppies, and the protesters become pundits, and still kept the fire lit amid the monsoons of infiltration and the hurricanes of heartbreak, who will close their tired eyes for a final time without ever once having cast them to the ground or peered up in imploring subordination. That, my friends, that is a true spirit. If you are still a fiery rebel, even as everything is ripped away from you, I will be humbled and awed by you, because I will know that you will carry that with you to the grave. And I will know that whatever you find on the other side will be met with that same defiant glare. And I will sing your song when you are gone.
More than anything in the world, I'd like to sit down with Georgia B. There've been some things the past few years been bothering me. Well, all ain't well, I'm mad as hell, and I'm living daytime TV. But I'm dealing with the feeling there's one or two things CNN don't want us to see.
And then you're going to place your hands in your lap like this, with your right hand first and then your left hand, with your thumbs barely touching. And you're just going to breathe. And the object of this is to let go of thought, not to hold on to thought, because that's what we're doing a lot. Is just like we wake up in the morning and we start thinking, and we're just like nonstop thinking.
And I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey, what's going on?
When communists say party, they mean something different than what most Americans think when they think party. A communist party, in the Leninist sense, is a group of people that are organizing in order to take power. And a political party, in the American sense, is a group that runs people in elections. If you call yourself a party, most Americans hear you and they say, "Oh, when are you on the ballot? Who are you running?" And if you're not able to answer that question, already people are like, "Huh?" You know, so already you've confused people, number one. Number two, an actual party in the Leninist sense is not something we have right now. I mean, it doesn't exist. An actual party, I've used this analogy many times, an actual party is like an orchestra.
It has trombones and pianos and trumpets, and an actual party has people doing educational work like we do, but it has people in labor unions, it has people who run for office, it has a newspaper, it has all kinds of stuff. If a party came into existence, CPI would be one division of that party. And we're not a party. And unlike the parties, we're honest about that. Many of these parties think they're parties, and they ain't. And we're honest about the fact we're not a party. We exist to carry out one specific task of socialist education, anti-imperialist education. And we hope that someday something that could call itself a party in the Leninist sense can emerge. And we also hope that someday something electoral can emerge also. I mean, that would exist. But the other thing is I looked around the world, things have changed, and a think tank, that's what people form nowadays. And nowadays when people are trying to carry out a function or a task like we're doing, they form a think tank. The whole form a party thing is a Marxist orthodoxy. It's basically, more or less. Right. And that's why we're not doing that. You know what I mean? And it's something it's communists going through the motions. Or we formed the party, we had the Central Committee, now we're publishing the Vanguard newspaper. Now it's
our leader grew a mustache.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. So there you go.
They're gonna say that I'm a communist, unpatriotic, dope-smoking, degenerate hippie. Fuck them redneck, white trash motherfuckers sitting on their ass watching CMT. Well, commercial propaganda's got the whole damn country thinking we're on God's home team. Well, they might control the whole damn world, but they ain't gonna control me.
Does somebody want to give me an object or tell me a topic or something that this is not planned or anything? Syria. What? Trotskyism. Somebody give me a beat.
Syrian Trotskyists.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Somebody throw a beat or clap or something. Thank you. He's good. He's the human beatbox. The human beatbox is your entertainer. No other style could fit this guy plainer. Right. The Trotskyists in Syria. What do you hear of you? I don't really hear of them. Are they even Syrian? You can't hear much about them. But somebody's funding them. I want to make fun of them, but they're not quite funny, son. The Syrian Trotskyists, they are not hot for this. Because I am a Stalinist, their least favorite kind of communist. They know that we're onto this. Their funding is from the U.S. And it's from NATO. We know that we don't play, so the Syrian Trotskyists, they're all up onto us. They're funded by the LaRouche. I'm just kidding. But that's what Ben Norton told me. But he's kind of a douche. And I'm just being the truth. Talking to the youth here. We want to spit the truth here. But it's like a game of truth or dare. And in CPI, we chose truth, so be aware. All right.
Concrete examples. I haven't seen this on the other campaigns, maybe because I haven't been looking as hard, but I've been looking a little bit. But RFK Jr., he has a tool on his website right now for finding 4th of July parades in your area. You type in the zip code and then the radius.
It's on the beat drop again. We got it. Hopefully. Got one more gripper for E. Ready? It's easy now, that's...
Don't try to make them go away. Just notice that you're thinking and let it go. Don't pursue the thoughts. Just release it and come back to your breath. And just come back to your breath. So we're just going to do this for about 3 minutes. We're just going to keep our gaze. You're not focused on anything.
Once I was young and impulsive. I wore every conceivable pin. Even went to the socialist meetings. I learned all of the old Union hymns. But I've grown older and wiser, and that's why I am turning you in. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal. Woo! There we go.
To help them develop and get them active, like doing things, because when you do that and you take ownership of like a piece of the organization, then it's, you know, it becomes part of your life in a different way. So that's my answer to that as far as next steps.
Oh, for shame! The wind is at the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There. My blessing with thee, and these few precepts for thy memory. First, look thou character. Give thy thought no tongue, nor any unpurported thought his act. Those friends thou hast, in their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-fledged, unhatched comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in it, beware that the opposed may beware of thee. Ooh, give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but do reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, for apparel oft do proclaim the man. And they in France are of a most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season is in thee.
After the Second International is when Lenin and the Bolsheviks transitioned from being social democrats to being communists. Right now we're in this position where socialism, communism, it's not even something that people disagree with. It's a word that means something else apart from what you're saying. So when I speak to coworkers who I agree with politically, I never, ever, ever say the word. And if the word does come up, it's them accusing the Democrats or the globalists or Ron DeSantis of being a Marxist, a communist, or whatever, you know? So in the moment that I say, well, no, it's something that they're wrong. It's like I'm using a completely different vocabulary where I'm in a fringe where I'm speaking a foreign language to everybody else. They're not speaking the foreign language to me, right? I'm the minority person. So what do you do?
Maybe we should just be anti-imperialists, because that's the essence of what we're doing. We're against imperialism. We're with the forces around the world that are against imperialism. That's the essence of what we're doing.
But then what are you pro?
The city-building tendency.
Weep a slumber, America, land of brave and true. There's castles and clothing and food for all belongs to you. Every man a king, for you could be a millionaire. There's something belonging to others, there's enough for all people to share. Then sunny June and December too, and winter time or spring, there'll be peace without end. Every neighbor a friend, with every man a king.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people
We have come to confirm the unity of all people,
to salute our comrades who have died,
to salute our comrades who have died,
and pledge our word that skillful hands,
and pledge our word that skillful hands,
keen brains,
and
bold enthusiasm, shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
CPI!
CPI! CPI!
Hey folks, so I wanted to make this video because there's a lot of talk about fascism these days. You hear that word a lot. All this talk about fascism, and especially among far left circles. A lot of people talk about fascism. You know, there's people that call Donald Trump a fascist. There's people that accuse people on the political left they don't agree with of being fascist. You know, there's all this talk about fascism. So let's just have a conversation here. It'll be a little bit of a longer video about what fascism actually is. Now, among the far left, among socialists, communists, anarchists, you generally have three definitions of fascism. Now, you get more of a, you know, a social democratic view, kind of a, you know, the mainline communist parties in most of the world, and they say that fascism is just the right wing, right? It's the right wing being authoritarian and dictatorial. You know, if the Republicans get a little bit more extreme, that they're fascists. You know, that's generally the understanding, is that Republicans and conservatives, you know, it's extreme right-wing authoritarianism. That's one definition. Then you have a definition that you hear among followers of Leon Trotsky. They'll talk about fascism being a mobilization of the middle class to attack the working class in a time of political crisis. If there's an uprising among the workers, the middle class will be mobilized to attack them. So that's the second definition of fascism that you get on the far left. And the third is one that you get from, you know, like Maoist types and people that were associated with, you know, when the Communist Party was in its, what you might call its third period, or its more radical period after the 6th Congress of the Comintern International or the Communist International. And you get this definition of fascism where people say that fascism is people that say they're communists but they're not, right? You know, they had the, you know, the Communist Party referred to the Socialist Party as a social fascist party. You had this line that you know, the socialists, the social democrats, and the Trotskyists, that they preached socialism but practiced fascism. You had China during the period of the Gang of Four accusing the Soviet Union of, you know, being socialist in words but fascist in deeds. So that's the three definitions that you've got of fascism. You've got people who think it's just, you know, it's just a definition of right wing. You got Trotskyites saying it's the middle class being mobilized to attack the workers, and then on top of that you've got the Maoists and the, you know, the ultra-left elements that say it's people that sound like communists but they're not. Well, all of these definitions have an element of truth in them, and all of them are wrong. Fascism, in essence, is violence and terror utilized to hold back historical progress and to destroy. When society enters a crisis, you get a mobilization, and you get really two poles. You'll get one pole that is progressive, that wants to build up and march into the future, and then you'll get another pole that kind of favors destruction and primitive human instincts. And their response to the crisis is that you need destruction and death. That's their response to a political crisis. And those two trends emerge whenever you have a crisis of capitalism. When people don't have jobs, when people are hungry, when there's fights among the ruling class, you get a progressive axis that wants to be constructive and build a new world, and you'll get a reactionary axis that wants to destroy and be primitive. And both of them are reacting to a crisis. When society can't function in the old way, when things just aren't going in a normal way, you'll get a destructive axis and a progressive axis, and, you know, they'll become more radical, and fascism is the ultimate of that destructive axis that wants to destroy in response to the crisis. You know, the word fascism, it's not exactly the most accurate word. Now, Benito Mussolini invented the word, and he drew it from the fasces, the symbol of ancient Rome. He built this political movement. He was someone who was in the Socialist Party in Italy, but he thought they weren't radical enough, and then he became a big supporter of the First World War and World War I. And if you read the autobiography of Benito Mussolini, you read that book, it's all about violence. This man loved blood, he loved killing, he was kind of, a nationalist, he was, he had these economic populist ideas, but in essence it was kill, 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 tear down, blood in the streets, the wheels of history turn just through blood. It's this obsession with violence. And he had broken with the Italian Socialist Party, he had supported World War I, and he had been basically this individual. He was associated with George Sorel and some of the syndicalist elements, and his black shirt fascisti went around beating up communists and and they were essentially a gang of strike breakers. That's Italian fascism. But fascism is a phenomenon that goes back further. I would say that probably the first organization that would fit the definition of fascism would be the Ku Klux Klan. After the Civil War was over, African Americans were voting and all that, and there was a mobilization for destruction. Poor whites were mobilized to attack and prevent African Americans from voting, to attack the Union League, and to attack the Republican Party, the Radical Republicans, which at that point were the left-wing party, and they were registering people to vote, and they were associated with Marx. You have to remember that the Marxist August Willich and Joseph Weydemeyer at that time, the Republicans were the left-wing party. They were setting up in the South, Reconstruction. You had the first public education in some of these southern areas. So the Ku Klux Klan was this violent, destructive mobilization to kind of beat back progress in the crisis of the aftermath of the U.S. Civil War. Or in Russia, prior to the Russian Revolution, when people were starting to get interested in socialist and communist ideas, you also had this mobilization called the Black Hundreds Party. And these were people in Russia that responded to, the general upsurge of strikes and protests among the peasants, and they responded to that by saying, well, no, the problem isn't capitalism, the problem is Jewish people. They engaged in pogroms and anti-Semitic violence, and the Black Hundreds Party was also an early kind of incarnation of fascism. But in essence, there is no fascist ideology, right? Mussolini presented himself in kind of a populist. A lot of his language was left-wing, nationalistic, German Nazism, or what they called National Socialism. It had this element of they were trying to restore Odin and Valhalla, and it was very, very backward and medieval looking, whereas the Italian fascists were talking about the futurism. The KKK, they thought they were knights in castles and their name meant circle or something. This is all just words. Fascism is a mobilization of violence and terror in a time of crisis in the hopes of resolving the crisis with mass destruction. And all fascists seem to have this common theme. They all emphasize violence and killing, and they all essentially, it's just this kind of hateful bigotry, destructiveness, looking backward, and it's a mass movement of violence. People aren't fascists because of what they say. Fascism is what you do. One could say good things and be a fascist if the things that you do, not the things that you say, but the things that you do are themselves destructive. I like to compare it, there's an old episode of Superman, where Superman has a problem because somebody else is going around in a Superman costume and doing a lot of really, really bad things. Superman, he wears the Superman costume, he goes around, he does good things, but, there's this other guy in this other Superman costume going around doing bad things. That's kind of how you can understand the difference between fascism and communism. Fascists sound like communists sometimes. They talk about revolution, they talk about a mass movement, but what they do is very different. They're engaging in destruction. They're beating up oppressed people, they're killing people, they're murdering people. They're doing the exact opposite of what genuine communists are doing, which is organizing communities, feeding people, educating people. And some people even see a fascistic streak in the New Left. A lot of the New Left groups, instead of, one of their main targets was the communist parties of the world. They thought the communists were sellouts and phonies, and they hated Stalin, they hated the Soviet Union. A lot of these new left groups seem to focus exclusively on kind of trying to marginalize and attack the communist parties in the Western world. And a lot of them were explicitly, they thought the labor movement was bad, and they thought that average Americans, like they were just Archie Bunker types. Right, average Americans, they don't get it. They're squares. They're not hip. They're all racist. And the New Left had a fascistic streak. Now, overall, the New Left was progressive. They were against the Vietnam War. They were in favor of the Civil Rights Movement. But the kind of anti-communist fixation that they had, and the way that they were all about, street heat and who cares about Lenin, who cares about Marx? We just have rallies and protests and beat people up. You could argue that maybe there was a fascistic streak in the Weatherman faction of Students for a Democratic Society. I think that argument could be made. But overall, the right-wing groups at the time were acting fascistically also. You had the rise of George Wallace and the KKK and all of that. But overall, fascism, the way it's been redefined by some of these liberal elements is fascism is anything that reeks of authoritarianism. But a lot of the things that in the public consciousness are associated with fascism were actually stolen from the far left. The German Nazis were trying to build a mass movement, and so they started appropriating some of the tactics and methods. For example, everyone knows the Nazis wore red armbands. Well, that was because the communists wore bright red armbands. That was, the Nazis had their salute. Well, the communists had their salute, the fist salute that comes out of the Paris Commune. Nazis had their anthems, The Nazis had a leader with a very distinct mustache. Well, that was because back then when you printed posters, they didn't have a lot of detail for facial details. So if you had a distinct mustache, Stalin and Lenin both had very distinct mustaches. So if anyone looked at a poster, they knew who that was supposed to be. They knew that mustache was Stalin, that mustache was Lenin. So of course, when Hitler came along, he had a very distinct mustache so that everyone knew who it was. And it was on the old propaganda posters, you could tell who the leader was. A lot of the things that are accused, the new left or the postmodern anti-Marxist left accuses of being fascistic are just kind of political organizing tactics, most of which were developed by German social democrats and Marxists and were then appropriated by the fascist movement. So this notion that anyone who wears a military uniform is a fascist. Well, the Black Panthers wore military uniforms. Were they fascist? Feeding people in the community, building up pride in your neighborhood and, patriotism, communists did that. The Popular Front, they were doing all of that. So this notion that anything that kind of reeks of effective political organizing, anything that's populistic is fascist, is one of the greatest mistakes, I would say, of the new left. But overall, fascism is defined by action. Fascism is violence and terror against oppressed people. Fascism is lynch mobs. Fascism is, you talking about the Kristallnacht and the attacks on Jewish stores. That's what fascism is. Fascism is violence. It's lynchings, it's pogroms, it's, attacks on oppressed people, it's destructive instincts, appealing to the most primitive and barbaric aspects of the human species, and just engaging in all-out acts of destruction in the hopes that doing so can prevent social progress. Destructive politics, that's the essence of what fascism is. Fascism is destructive politics, whereas socialism, real genuine socialism is about construction. It's about organizing the economy rationally and controlling the means of production so that society can continue to advance and that the irrationality of greed is eliminated. So that's the difference. Fascism is an attempt to resolve the capitalist crisis through destruction, and socialism is an attempt to seize control of society and resolve the capitalist crisis by seizing control of the economy and moving forward. That's the difference between the two ideologies, the two phenomena.
I was not able to speak at a meeting last Monday that I was scheduled to speak at because of recording commitments that I couldn't move. But the man who stole the show was Caleb Maupin, our old friend from RT America, with whom we normally discuss politics in the United States, is here tonight to talk about what he said at that meeting. The meeting was on Yemen, and he said that Yemen was the new Vietnam, a big claim. I'm sure he can back it up. Caleb Maupin, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, just for the benefit of those who don't know much about Yemen, kindly sketch what's happened, how long it's been happening, and what the consequences have been.
Well, Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the world, but it's right next to Saudi Arabia, which is a big client state of American oil companies and a big purchaser of American weapons. And after the Arab Spring uprising in Yemen, the people had an election, except it wasn't a real election because there was only one candidate on the ballot, Mansour Hadi, a puppet of Saudi Arabia. So at that point, the people of Yemen started fighting for their independence. And in 2015, a coalition government was established, a revolutionary coalition, including the Ansar Allah religious organization, communists and the Southern Movement, Arab nationalists and others. And they overthrew the puppet appointed by Saudi Arabia. And ever since then, Saudi Arabia, with the full backing of the United States and Britain, has been unleashing death and destruction on Yemen. And really what is happening here is not so different than the American Revolution. A country is fighting for its independence. A foreign king, an autocracy, is trying to keep the country an impoverished
vassal regime to keep the people there from developing their own economy. This is Yemen fighting for its national liberation. That is what is taking place. And it seems like our leaders in the United States and in Britain are on the wrong side. They are helping the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in its efforts to keep Yemen poor and impoverished. And many around the world see this as morally outrageous.
It is indeed, speak as someone who has followed it from the beginning. The death toll has been simply enormous, not just from the guns and the bombs and the missiles given to the Saudis by us, not just the United States, by the way. Britain is up to its neck in this particular blood, but also the ravages of cholera and famine, and now the coronavirus on top of all of that. But the big difference, imagine this, the big difference between the Vietnam War and the war in Yemen is that although we have, technologically speaking, reached Mars in our ability to film, record, and broadcast, actually there was more news coverage of the war in Vietnam than there is of the war in Yemen.
Indeed. U.S. media has basically blacked out the war in Yemen. They've tried to pretend it's not happening. Every day, hospitals are being bombed, schools are being bombed, international humanitarian aid is being blocked. It's being difficult to give the population, millions of whom are facing malnutrition, access to food. But the international media is just looking the other way, trying to pretend that it's not happening. And when they do talk about it, they make it sound like it's really complicated. This is a complex ethnic conflict. If you don't have a PhD in Middle Eastern history, there's no way you could possibly understand it. It is not that complicated. This is the people of an oppressed, impoverished country seeking to break free and establish their own economy. And this is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the fourth largest military budget in the world, with Pentagon advisors and U.S. military support, trying to keep them from breaking free. And it is a moral outrage. The whole world looks at what's going on and can see that Saudi Arabia is clearly in violation of international law as they bomb civilians, as they block humanitarian aid. But the world is sitting back and allowing them to do it. It is a moral outrage. And I would say those of us who know what's going on have an obligation to let our neighbors and our friends and our coworkers and our classmates know about it. The world should know what is happening in Yemen. This cover-up, this blackout from the mainstream media must be ended.
It's hard to believe that someone who presumably takes pride in the fact that they are a journalist or a broadcaster can willfully look the other way about a war of this magnitude that's lasted this long. I mean, how do they sleep at night, these journalists?
Indeed, good question. I mean, we know that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is very, very well connected with the American and British financial elite. You can go back to the 1930s when the House of Saud was selected by the British Empire and by the wealthy banking interests in Britain to rule over the Arabian Peninsula. You can talk about the Sykes-Picot Agreement. You can talk about the fact that the Saudi Arabia is one of the major purchasers of U.S. weapons. Huge amounts of profits are made for military corporations. The big four super major oil companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell Oil, and they're embedded there, making all kinds of profits. And it's basically a situation where, you know, the wealthy Saudi autocracy, one of the only countries in the world to still use beheading as a form of execution, is basically getting away with horrendous atrocities, and the world is looking the other way. Meanwhile, all kinds of moral condemnation is piled onto countries around the world that are seeking to break out of this system. So it shows a real amount of hypocrisy on the part of U.S. leaders, no doubt about it, and a huge amount of hypocrisy on the part of U.S. media, that they're giving Saudi Arabia a free pass while, pouring out condemnation when it is convenient for U.S. and geopolitical goals.
Now, President Biden didn't make many pre-election promises, but one that he did make was that he would end America's involvement in this murderous war on Yemen. He's not showing any signs that he meant that, is he?
Well, it's interesting. One of Trump's last moves before he left office was to declare Ansarullah, which is the religious organization that's playing a key role in Yemen's war, to declare them to be terrorists. Now, recently, Joe Biden did lift some of the restrictions on humanitarian aid to Yemen to make it easier for some humanitarian aid to get into the country. But he has not reversed that decision by Donald Trump. And at this point, instead of declaring the Saudis to be terrorists for bombing civilians and attacking and invading a foreign country and murdering people, as the UN and the whole world has observed them doing, the U.S. government still designates the people of Yemen that are trying to fight back and resist this as terrorists. And Biden has not reversed that last-minute move by the Trump administration.
While I've got you, it's slightly, it's not a digression really, but it's a segue. Another of the pre-election promises was to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. But the new Secretary of State, Blinken, was very clear when he spoke this week. He said, and I quote, "We're a long way off re-entering the Iran nuclear deal." And he went on to adumbrate the kind of concessions that Iran would have to make if the United States were going to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. Now, it's not a digression because, of course, Saudi Arabia at least pretends that its war against the poor people of Yemen is in fact a war against Iran by proxy.
Well, Iran has made huge concessions at the negotiating table already. And the response of the United States to those huge concessions was Trump coming in, ripping up the Iran nuclear deal, and then on top of that, murdering Qasem Soleimani, one of the most well-loved figures in the country. So to go to Iran now, and after they completely 100% complied with the nuclear deal, did not violate it in any way, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency and every observing body, and say to them now, oh, okay, we can restart the deal, but you just have to make more concessions, is a pretty outrageous offer. Iran fully complied with the deal, already made huge concessions, and got stabbed in the back. But as far as Yemen being a proxy war with Iran, there is a huge blockade around Yemen, and there is no way that huge amounts of military aid, et cetera, could be getting into Yemen. It simply wouldn't be possible. But on top of that, doesn't this remind you of how they claimed that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Was simply a Soviet agent, or how they claimed that the Vietnamese people, as they were fighting for their national liberation, were simply puppets of the Russians? This is pretty outrageous. I mean, when you have one of the poorest countries in the world facing off against the fourth largest military budget on the planet, and it has gone on for half a decade, and they have continued to fight and resist amid so much death and such a big blockade, that seems to indicate that this isn't simply the activities of Iranian proxies or puppets. There is a huge amount of support on the ground for the Yemeni national liberation movement. That's very, very clear. If this was simply some kind of foreign conspiracy from Iran, it would have been over in a week, maybe a month, maybe 2 months. It wouldn't have gone on for 5 years, 6 years now.
Caleb Maupin, thank you very much indeed for joining us on the mother of all talk shows. Now, here's the number you can give me your views on and give the rest of the audience the benefit of your wisdom. If you're in the UK...
This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. To be honest, I thought I was just coming here to a reception to say hi to people, and speaking is, hopefully it's a bonus. Listening, first of all,
I saw Spartacus when I was, junior high age, and I was like, what is this? I didn't like it. It wasn't until years later that I understood the politics of the movie Spartacus that I really appreciated it. Spartacus, the movie, it's based on a novel about Spartacus, written by Howard Fast, who was a member of the Communist Party. And then they had Dalton Trumbo, another member of the Communist Party, write the screenplay. And then they made the movie as a friendly gesture to the Soviet Union. The movie was
a gesture to the Soviet Union. It was part of the thawing of McCarthyism, and it was the Kennedy administration and the CIA sending a message to Soviet filmmakers and intellectuals. Look, we can make a communist movie in America, and you can't make a pro-capitalist movie in the Soviet Union. And it was very much, I mean, it was the USA sending a message to Soviet intellectuals. It was part of the Cold War liberalism, part of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. But it's a really well-made film, and and the message of the film is that you should align with the liberals. I mean, it's about fascism, basically, is that Rome, there's a huge slave revolt, and in response to the slave revolt, Rome becomes a fascist government with the military-industrial complex takes over the government. Crassus becomes the dictator, and so the way that Spartacus's son is able to get free and to escape is because they align with the liberals who want to preserve democracy against the militarist right wing. It's urging communists of the world to vote for the Democrats, basically, is what the film is about. But it's still a well-made film, and it's pretty clear that the area when the slaves have their freedom and they set up this socialistic society in the mountains that's supposed to be like the Soviet Union. And Crassus is supposed to be Hitler. He's supposed to be a military dictator. It's the politics of the Popular Front. It's the politics of Gus Hall and the Communist Party political line that was against fascism, aligning with the Democrats. That's basically the message of the film. But it's a well-made film, but I didn't really I didn't enjoy it until I understood the politics. One funny thing about Spartacus, the movie, is that it's anti-gay. Crassus, the villain, is portrayed as a homosexual, and that's supposed to be a sign that he's so evil. And it also plays into the idea that fascists were homosexual, which was actually in the Soviet Union, that was a widely believed thing, was that Nazis and fascists were all gay. That was a big point of Soviet propaganda. And in the film Spartacus, they portray Crassus as he's the Hitler of Rome, basically. He's this militarist dictator, and he's gay. And he tries to rape one of his slaves, and the slave runs away from him. So I think that's kind of hilarious, actually. I mean, it's sad. I mean, obviously we don't want to stigmatize gay people, but that was a communist belief about fascism, was that fascism was rooted in homosexuality. It was some kind of Freudian thing, like fascists are gay people that are repressing it, and so they love militarism and marching in uniforms and stuff like that because they're gay and can't admit it. That was a really common belief in the Soviet Union. And actually what's interesting is during the early 60s, right, this period where we saw McCarthyism breaking, this movie comes out, Spartacus. They portray Crassus as a homosexual fascist. George Lincoln Rockwell, who was the leader of the American Nazi Party, right? Many of the opponents of George Lincoln Rockwell claimed that the American Nazi Party was a homosexual front. And it was based on this same belief. And this was a belief in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, they believed that fascism was the result of repressed homosexual feelings. I kid you not. This was a very widely believed. So it was put out in the press at the time that George Lincoln Rockwell's Nazi Party was actually a homosexual front. And there was some logic to that, because we know that, Ernst Rem, who was the founder of Hitler's SS, was gay. Then Hitler had the Night of Long Knives and killed him. But many of the early Nazis, the stormtroopers, were gay. That's true. And that prior to the rise of the Nazis, Germany had been the center of the gay rights movement. There was a whole institute for studying homosexuality that had been built by the Weimar government. And there were gay bars and drag shows all over Berlin. And, there was, that was a widespread belief. And that Freudian psychoanalysis was very popular in the Soviet Union. Sabina Spielrein, who was considered she's like a founding father of Freudian psychoanalysis. She died in the Second World War. She worked directly with Sigmund Freud. She worked directly with Carl Jung. And then she went to the Soviet Union, and she died in World War II. She was murdered by the Nazis when they took over the city she was living in, and they killed all the Jews in the city.
So, and that many of the Soviet bureaucrats, a lot of the Soviet bureaucracy was really into Freudianism and psychoanalysis. So psychoanalytic thinking was very widespread in the Soviet Union, and traditional psychoanalysis views homosexuality in a negative light, views homosexuality as being a deviation caused by childhood trauma or improper relationships with one's parents that one can get over through psychoanalytic therapy. Modern psychoanalysis has obviously moved away from that, but classical Freudian thinking is believing that homosexuality is a deviation, but also believing that it's everywhere, right? And there's something to be said for that. I mean, nowadays, if people are gay, they're just gay, right? But back before there was a gay rights movement, there were a lot of people who were gay and were expressing it in different ways, right? And so the belief that all these people that are enthusiastic about men in uniforms and marching and boots and all of that they're all, they're gay people who are like in denial, you can see how somebody, coming at things from the Freudian belief that homosexuality is rooted in like developmental problems. And on top of that, the belief that which was probably true at the time, there was a lot of people that are gay that are like suppressing it, that are like in denial of their own gay feelings. You can understand why why that was widely believed in the Soviet Union, that homosexuality and that Nazism was an expression of suppressed homosexual feelings, that fascism and militarism, the ultra masculinity of the far right wing, that this was the result of suppressed homosexual feelings. The thing is that argument doesn't stand today, because nowadays when people are gay, they're just gay. I mean, look, is Milo Yiannopoulos suppressing his homosexual feelings? Clearly not. He's very clearly gay. So this idea that, the Proud Boys, they're all just gay and won't admit it to themselves, so they're becoming fascists. It doesn't stand up. It's ridiculous, right? If they were going to be gay, they'd just be gay. Milo Yiannopoulos is gay. There's plenty of gay fascists walking around. I view it, I'll just be honest with you. Either way, right? If I were to make these streams all about trans rights and canceling transphobes and calling out bigots who are oppressing trans people, if I were to do that, or I were to do the opposite, and I would, talk the way kind of like Tulsi Gabbard is talking right now and highlight people who've detransitioned and call it child abuse and stuff like that. If I were to do either of those things, the ruling class wins. That's what they want us to be talking about. They want us to have a culture war over that. And I don't want to. I want to create an atmosphere of love where any person who comes around who is dealing with, issues around their gender feels loved and accepted, number one. And number two, I want to talk about economics and socialism. I want to talk about the need to stop the wars and the class struggle and anti-imperialism. I don't want to talk about, the medical benefits of gender surgery, the ethics of who should be included in women's sports versus men's sports. I just don't want to talk about it. And that a lot of people don't get that. They think, okay, the synthetic left, they're obsessed with the pro-trans position. So if we take the anti-trans position, we're sticking it to them. No, you're not. You're giving them exactly what they want. That is exactly what they want. And you'll notice that even though I never talk about that issue on these streams, ever. I mean, I just don't go there other than saying I love my trans friends and, and I don't like how leftist spaces are dominated by discussion of this issue. Other than that, I don't really go there. But the people who hate me, have you convinced? I mean, apparently all I do on these streams is just spew hatred for black people and hatred for trans people the whole time. My opponents think I am a raving transphobe because I'm friends with people that have said things that are critical on the issue. And that shows you the fact that they're trying to paint me as that shows you that it would be very useful to them if that was that. I am just not here to talk about the trans issue. I'm just not. I don't know enough about it. I don't want to talk about it. And I must say this, I'm not talking about trans people here, right? So don't get me wrong. I am not talking about trans people. I'm talking about people who are not trans, but pro-trans. And even some of the people that are anti-trans. And this is going to make a lot of people mad, but I must say it. I think the reason a lot of people fixate on that issue is because it turns them on. Now, I'm not talking about trans people. Trans people, that's a separate thing. But some of these people that are obsessively pro-trans, they're watching videos all about the surgeries people go through and the details, they're getting titillated by it. And some of the people who are obsessively anti-trans, they're like, oh my God, I'm so upset. They're getting titillated by it, right? This is about genitals. This is about hormones. This is about body parts and clothing. And some people are getting turned on by this. Some people are getting turned on by it. I just said it, okay? And it must be said. And I'm not talking about the trans people. I'm talking about the people who fixate on that issue who are not trans. Some of them are getting off on it, okay? Because the amount of detail these people go into great about this stuff. I mean, if you're actually trans, I understand getting into detail about it. Or if a family member is trans or something. But there's a lot of people who just sit on the internet thinking about trans stuff all day long. And I mean, I'm looking at this as an outsider. And I am convinced that a lot of those people are turned on by it, you know, and you can get mad at me for saying that, and you can call me a hypocrite or whatever. I don't care anymore. I am convinced that the reason that so many people think that needs to be the focus of everything, pro or con, is because it's a titillating subject. So I that's what I think. I think, you know, they want us thinking about below the belt topics. They want us thinking about, you know, ways that people's ways that people's genitals can be altered, and people that are against it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it, and people that are for it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it. And I'm convinced that people are titillated by it. So I'm sorry if this live stream will not become an opportunity to turn you on, but it's just not gonna. So there you go. Hey folks. So the right-wing YouTube channel, PragerU, made a video supposedly addressing the question, who was Karl Marx? Now, there's so many things in this video that are just wildly inaccurate and incorrect, I don't really know where to begin. But I'm going to go over just a few of the wildly inaccurate statements in this video.
And controls pretty much everything. This notion was widely discussed and debated in European intellectual circles during Marx's lifetime. But nothing much came of it until Vladimir Lenin took power in Russia in 1917.
Not much happened in relation to Marxism after Karl Marx's death until the Russian Revolution, they say. They say it was discussed in intellectual circles. Really? Really? How about the fact that progressive laws were passed all across Europe as Marxist-led movements and political parties demanded things like, 8-hour workdays and progressive legislation? How about the fact that in the United States, Marxists were key in the struggle to overturn slavery? I mean, Marxism, between Marx's death and the Russian Revolution, did all kinds of things. It was one of the biggest mass movements that had ever been seen, especially in Western Europe. Huge social democratic parties and labor parties were formed. Unions were formed in factories. Later in the video, he goes on to point out that in the aftermath of Marx's life, the standard of living went up across Europe. And he seems to ignore that was because there was a huge Marxist movement building labor unions, building progressive organizations, demanding people's rights, fighting against the bosses, and winning these things. He makes it sound like nobody believed in Marxism. No one thought about Marxism except they were talking about it in intellectual circles. Until the Russian Revolution. That is ridiculous. Until the Russian Revolution, the Marxist movement was biggest in Germany, actually. The German Social Democratic Party, led by Karl Kautsky. There were figures like Edward Bernstein. All across Europe, there was a vast Marxist movement that was key in fighting for the right to vote, fighting for the rights of workers on the job, fighting for the rights of women. How in the world can he say that it was just kind of discussed in intellectual circles until 1917? That is just completely outrageous that he would even say that. He should be embarrassed. This man calls himself a professor of political science. Does he not know where one of the main political parties in Germany, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, originated? Has he never heard of the British Labour Party? Does he know where they came from? But nobody did anything about Marxism. Nobody. Not the Fabian Society, not the Chartist movement, not the labor movement. None of that. Nothing happened. Nothing. They were just talking about it in intellectual circles until 1917. How does anyone take him seriously? Marxism was one of the biggest political movements Europe has ever seen, and it was very, very, very widespread and popular long before the Russian Revolution.
Wherever Marx's ideas were practiced, life got worse. Not by a little, but by a lot. There is not a single exception to this rule. Not the Soviet Union, not Eastern Europe, not China, not North Korea, not Vietnam, not Cuba, not Venezuela, not Bolivia, not Zimbabwe. Wherever Marxism goes, economic collapse, terror, and famine follow.
At the time of the Russian Revolution, Russia was a very, very impoverished country. It had an agrarian economy. Most of the country didn't have running water.
Most of the country was illiterate, about 65% illiteracy. Most of the country did not have electricity. By 1936, the Soviet Union had become a world industrial power. They had electrified the entire country. They had provided every person with running water. They had wiped out illiteracy. They had universal employment. Villages that had been huts, you know, where people were living in like primitive conditions, were replaced with modern housing units where everyone had running water and electricity. In 1936, just shortly after the Russian Revolution, just 2 decades after the Russian Revolution, the Soviet Union was producing more steel than any other country in the entire world. In 1936, the Soviet Union had the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnieper Dam. The life expectancy vastly improved. The population for the first time had access to education, they had running water, they had electricity, they had access to medical care, but he says that it made life worse. You can criticize the Soviet Union all you want, there were problems there. We're not talking human rights here, we're just talking by objective measure. He says that it made life worse in the Soviet Union and everywhere else. Made life worse. Compare Russia in 1936, after it had fully industrialized with socialism and the 5-year plans of Stalin. Compare it to 1917. By no objective measure is that in any way the case. Living conditions had vastly improved. The standard of living had vastly risen. I mean, and this wasn't just something that communists were saying. Look at the Time magazine articles. Read the New York Times from that period. Read how even like right-wingers were going over there and marveling about it. The whole world was actually blown away by what the Soviet Union was achieving during the 1930s. So for him to say that it made life worse just shows that he's completely out of touch with reality. And he talks about China. You know, he says, oh, and it just made life worse in China too. Really? Really? Let's talk about China. In 1949, there was not a single steel mill in China. Today, half the steel in the entire world is produced in the state-run steel industry in China. The Chinese Communist Party has lifted 700 million people out of poverty. Today, the world tourism industry is having a boom because people whose ancestors, you know, parents and grandparents were peasants who were illiterate and malnourished are now going on vacation to New York City and Paris and London. I mean, the achievements of both the Russian Revolution in terms of making the Soviet Union into a world industrial superpower, the achievements of the Chinese Revolution are vast. How does this man say this with a straight face? I don't understand how someone can say such wildly inaccurate things. I mean, any economic textbook can show you what was achieved in both the Soviet Union and China. At the beginning of the 20th century, Russia and China were deeply poor countries. Today, Russia and China are global superpowers. China has the second largest economy in the world. I don't know how anyone can say this. I mean, this is just outrageous that he can even get away with this. You know, he talks about Cuba. Well, compare the way Cubans live to the way people live in Haiti or the Dominican Republic or other developing countries around the world. You can criticize these countries all you want, but to say that it made life worse, that's just wildly inaccurate. Nobody would say that Cubans' living conditions were better under Batista before 1959 than they are today. Nobody would say that. Nobody would say that. In no objective measure did the conditions get worse. In fact, the Cuban healthcare system is studied all over the world for its achievements. You know, I mean, unbelievable that he can get away with this. But let's get to another part of the video.
So, if cataclysmic failure, meaning terrible human suffering, is the inevitable legacy of Marxism, why do so many people, and now especially young people, defend it? The most common answer Marxism's advocates offer is that they, whoever they are, Lenin, Stalin, Chavez, never really practiced Marxism. They all somehow got it wrong.
Now, this is interesting because he's correct. Now, most people in the USA and in Western Europe who call themselves Marxists will do that. They'll just say, oh, it wasn't real socialism. And you know why that is? Because they're cowards. And because Marxism, the Marxist movement, at this point is largely tied to academia. If you are a Marxist, one of the places for you to get employment is at universities. And if you want to be a Marxist at a university, you can get a grant to write a book about white privilege. You can get a grant to write a book about transgender oppression. But if you write a book challenging the narrative regarding the history of the 20th century and the socialist countries, you're not going to get a grant to publish it, and they're not going to have anything to do with it. Why? Because the universities largely depend on grants and foundations provided by the Rockefellers and the Ford Foundation and lots of very, very well-funded capitalist institutions that do not want to hear this. They have no problem with the cultural side of Marxism. They think gay rights is great. They think that, that women's liberation is great. They have no problem with, the kind of cultural critique. But when you start defending alternatives to capitalism, they have a big problem with it. But I wanted to go on to another thing that he said in this video. This is another thing he says about Karl Marx.
Marx spent his days in the reading room of the British Museum, researching and writing. Although he was obsessed with the term scientific, he was never able to marshal data to prove his theories. There's a good reason for this. There was no data to prove his theories. For all his time in the library, Marx couldn't find any evidence to suggest that capitalism, the free exchange of goods and services through privately owned business, was a passing phase.
No data. Has this man ever opened the book Capital? Has he ever opened it? I mean, the book is full of statistics from the British Museum, statistics about the production of cotton, the production of steel, the production, all kinds of economic statistics throughout the book. It's a dense text. I mean, has this man ever even opened it? To say that Marx never relied on any data, I mean, what a lunatic. I mean, how does this man get away with saying these kind of things? I don't know how he gets away with this. No data. Really, open the book Capital. It's available. You can get it at most bookstores, most libraries. Open the book Capital and see if it has no data in it. I challenge you. The book is full of statistics.
Since few people give up their liberties and property voluntarily, creating a Marxist state has always required guns, prisons, and summary executions. Marx's many disciples from Lenin on never considered this a problem.
Here we go again. Now, he insists that Marxists believe in violent revolution. Well, actually, if you'll look at how these Marxist revolutions have happened, it wasn't the Marxists who favored a violent revolution. For example, he talks about China, the Chinese Revolution. The communists wanted, at the end of the Second World War, to have a coalition government with the nationalists and the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek. They favored a coalition government. And the KMT, the Nationalist Party of China, which was aligned with the United States, would not allow the communists to participate in the elections. He says that communists don't believe that they can ever take power peacefully. In Chile, in 1973, Salvador Allende took power peacefully. He was elected. And the response was the CIA removing him. The United States backed Augusto Pinochet to be very, very violent. And the Venezuelan government, the Bolivarians, the Bolivarian government of Venezuela came to power peacefully. Chavez was elected in 1999, and he peacefully took power and in 2003 began moving the country towards socialism. In Bolivia, Evo Morales, the Marxist president, was elected peacefully. Actually reading the writings of Lenin, the writings of Stalin, the writings of other leaders, you can see a strong critique of what they call left adventurism or punchism. Communists always favor peaceful means of taking power. However, the capitalists, in order to preserve their wealth, tend to be very, very violent and get rid of any democratic institution in order to preserve their power. So this notion that communists favor violence or violent revolution is simply false. If you look at it, in so many instances, you can see communists are the ones that are trying to peacefully transform the society, and then the capitalists are violent to them and they defend themselves. That's almost how every single revolution in the history of Marxism has gone down. Grove City College should be embarrassed to have this man as a professor. This man thinks nothing happened in relation to Marxism except intellectual circles discussed it between Marx's death in 1917. This man does not understand that vast living standard achievements took place in the Soviet Union, China, and other countries. This man does not understand that the Marxist movement has vastly debated and discussed the issue of rejecting left adventurism and punchism and favoring a peaceful transition to socialism. This man doesn't know any of that, and he calls himself a professor of political science. This man is teaching young people about Marxism when he has absolutely no understanding of Marxism himself. This man thinks that the book Capital does not have any statistics in it. Grove City College should be embarrassed to have this man on the faculty. And, again, now it's trendy to talk about, but there was a time where certainly the black community was talking about it. People like Minister Louis Farrakhan were talking about it. The new Black Panther Party were talking about it. Communists were talking about it, but it wasn't a trendy issue. And that was the time when the rise in incarceration was happening, and the media was ignoring it. And that was also the time that the American people, first in California, got to know about this person.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, Kamala Harris, if you look at her career, her history is the history of mass incarceration. She was the queen of mass incarceration. People may not know the details, but Kevin Cooper was hours away from receiving lethal injection. Hours away from it. His lawyers asked that DNA evidence be acquired in order to make sure he was actually guilty of the crime. Kamala Harris's office tried to prevent DNA evidence from being acquired. They wanted Kevin Cooper to be executed, but the governor of California disagreed. They acquired DNA evidence, and the execution was stopped. Now that tells us everything we need to know about our vice president. The New York Times tells us that she feels really bad about it, for whatever that means. People can also recall that while she was head of the California State Attorney General's office, over 1,000 people were locked up for smoking marijuana. She presided over jailing a lot of people. And on top of that, the drug labs in the state of California that were being used by the police were turning up false positive results. They realized that the drug labs were showing people testing positive for drugs when they weren't actually, correct, that they were turning up false positives. And yet, Kamala Harris's office did not tell the defense attorneys or the judges about this. They knew that the drug labs were turning over false positives, and people went to prison because her office concealed that their drug labs were turning up false positives. And of course, when Kamala Harris was then asked if she'd ever smoked marijuana, she laughed about it.
They say you oppose legalizing weed.
That's not true.
I know.
and look, I joke about it, half joking. Half my family's from Jamaica. Are you kidding me?
Have you ever smoked?
I have.
Okay. Like in
And
college,
I inhaled. I did inhale.
Okay.
But after Kamala Harris said, half my family's from Jamaica, what do you think, when asked about it, we heard from somebody that Kamala Harris rarely ever speaks about. And that's a man named Donald Harris, who is her father, who lives in Jamaica. And after Kamala Harris made those comments, Donald Harris gave a very brief statement saying that he denounced her presidential campaign. He called it a travesty of identity politics, and he said he speaks for her entire Jamaican family when he made this statement. Now, that did not get a lot of media attention. But somebody approached me, someone who knows Donald Harris, and said, Caleb, you really ought to look into this. So I started looking into this. What's particularly interesting is, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president. We knew everything about Barack Obama. We knew all about Barack Obama's pastor. We knew about Barack Obama's father from Kenya. We knew the school he went to in Indonesia. But Kamala Harris, barely anybody knows anything about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is this mysterious figure. She was in California politics, first woman vice president, first woman of color vice president. We should just be happy about it. Nobody wants to really talk about these things. Well, Kamala Harris's mother, who's now deceased, was from India, was a cancer researcher. And Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris, was a Marxist economist and is a Marxist economist, a professor at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley in Jamaica. And he and Kamala are estranged from one another. He did not attend Kamala's inauguration as vice president. They're not on good speaking terms. And another thing about Kamala Harris, I don't know if people saw, but there's a video of Kamala Harris where she's bragging about how she jailed the parents of children who were truant from school. Have you seen the clip?
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Wouldn't be anywhere in my life if it weren't for my education, and so not giving a child their education is a crime, and so I jailed parents, and she's giggling about it. It's just so great. And you know, I see so much in U.S. media. They like to trivialize incarceration. There's so many shows on Netflix and all of that where it ends towards the end where someone goes to jail, but it's part of the happy ending. It's okay. And they don't seem to realize what that means. You know, when one member of a family, when a father or a mother goes to prison, or a brother or a sister, it hurts the entire family. And when Kamala Harris is up there giggling about, oh, you know, I locked up these parents because their kids weren't in school. You know, yeah, kids need to be in school. If kids aren't getting to school, it's a problem. But the worst thing you could do is then throw their parents in jail. That's not going to help the situation in any conceivable way. But when she's joking about it, and she's laughing about it, Kamala Harris, she says, what did she say? She said, well, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received.
It's about her. It's about her. And we all remember the big line when she was calling out Joe Biden, when she was trying to contend with Joe Biden in the presidential election. What did she shout at Joe Biden? She shouted, "That little girl was me! That little girl was me!" And then her campaign started churning out T-shirts with the face of 10-year-old Kamala Harris on them. Do you remember this? Yeah. Kamala Harris actually references her own childhood quite a bit throughout her speeches and throughout her campaign. It's very odd. It's very, very, very odd. Indeed, she's told stories, and it's almost like she wants us to vote for her because she was once a 10-year-old child. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But it's interesting, because there's a lot about Kamala Harris we don't know. She spent her childhood in Oakland, California. When she was a teenager, she moved to Quebec in Canada. She spent most of her teen years in Quebec. She says absolutely nothing about it. In her autobiography, she says nothing about the years that she spent in Quebec. She just talks about it as if it didn't happen.
And she doesn't know any French.
Well, there you go. But the more you look at it, it's very clear that Kamala Harris sees herself as a victim. The way Kamala Harris speaks, the world has been unfair to her. The world has treated her badly. She's had bad experiences in life. And she blames Donald Harris for that to some degree or other. We don't know why. We also, there's rumors, we don't really know what happened when she was in Quebec. We just know she never talks about the years that she spent in Quebec. But Kamala Harris thinks that she is a victim. She wants the whole world to know that that little girl was her. And she wants vengeance. And she wants to make people pay. And she wanted to make Kevin Cooper pay. And she wanted to make those parents pay. And she wants to make people pay. And that's very, very clear when you listen to Kamala Harris. And that what's weird is that if you look at the Hillary Clinton State Department, you will find this exact same biography over and over and over again. If you look at the Democratic Party and the people that rise up its ranks, you'll see very similar personality profiles. Amy Klobuchar, her father was an alcoholic who beat up her mother. She's stayed with the mother. The father went away. She was estranged from the father. And she grew up to be a prosecutor who started putting people in prison. And Amy Klobuchar, one of her trademarks is that she would, when there was a black man on trial, she would hire these gang experts who didn't know anything about the case. They were just expert witnesses who would get up and tell stories about things that gangs do and scare the crap out of these jurors so they would convict this person. Right? Amy Klobuchar was very good at locking people up, but she also has a very similar life story to Kamala Harris. Estranged from her father, close to her mother. Samantha Power, same life story, very similar. Right? Born in Ireland, her father was an alcoholic who beat up her mother. Her mother left Ireland, moved to the United States with young Samantha Power. Samantha Power's father died shortly afterwards. It's a similar life story. And what's interesting is that shortly before the 2016 primaries, as they got going, it became clear that Hillary Clinton couldn't run again. And so it's widely reported in the press that there was a meeting in the Hamptons where all the people who had been backing and urging Hillary Clinton to run again, they decided that instead of pushing Hillary Clinton to run once again, they would instead decide that they were going to put their money behind Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris became the favored candidate of the forces who backed Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton, you'll recall, is the one who was running the U.S. State Department during the Arab Spring, the result of which was the destruction of Libya, the destruction of Syria. And you'll also notice that Tulsi Gabbard, who was considered a fringe candidate and not treated as a genuine candidate by the mainstream media, she used her very limited time on the debate stage, the little time she had, to go after Kamala Harris. And it was one of the most epic political takedowns that we've ever seen.
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done.
Bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests.
But it's important to note also that Tulsi Gabbard, in addition to being anti-war, she's active duty U.S. military. And that when she speaks for more than herself. And her ability to be part of the political discourse and to raise opposition to regime change wars and to point out the Arab Spring and what it meant in spreading terrorism around the world, Tulsi Gabbard speaks for voices within what you might call the deep state. And that there's a real conflict within the deep state. That's very, very clear. There are forces within the deep state who disagree with each other. The ruling class are fighting with each other. And Kamala Harris represents one faction. And Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump, and other forces are tied to another faction. And this is something we can't just ignore. We can't pretend that these things don't exist. It would be nice to just be able to sit back and say, oh, they're all bad. But if you did that, you're not being serious in what you're doing. We have to be aware of the divisions in the enemy camp. And right now there are...
Some have spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just it's a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses. We need a government of action.
Stuff like you kept saying like shame, like saying that I say all tankies are fascists or what have you, claiming that like I'm spitting on the legacy of the Black Panther Party or of other people who were revolutionary socialists in their time, telling me, like shame. You said shame quite a bit, which felt like I was kind of being like scolded by like a school teacher or something. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit confused by your intentionality there. I'd be interested in seeing if we could arrive at an amicable resolution. Also, if I do at any point seem tired or out of it, it is not because I'm disinterested in this conversation. It's because I just suffered critical brain damage following an earlier debate today. But hopefully that will not affect me. I am a strong man, and I will try my best. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Vosh, we may not agree on a lot, but one thing I think we can agree on is that Fox News is no good. And you'll notice that whenever they have a Muslim on Fox News, one of the tactics they will use is they'll say to the Muslim guest, they'll say, "Do you denounce Hamas?" And of course, the Muslim guest will say, "I denounce terrorism. I'll oppose that." That's not enough. You must denounce Hamas. When they have an anti-racist activist or an activist against police brutality on Fox News, they'll say, "Do you denounce Black Lives Matter? Do you denounce the radicals and the Black Panthers?" And they'll respond, "Of course we denounce violence. Of course we denounce law breaking." No, that's not good enough. Somebody in the Black movement said something radical. We want you to denounce them. This tactic of demanding that people denounce other people in their movements is a tactic that the right wing has used against progressive forces and consistently uses. And the way it manifests it among socialists and against those who advocate building a socialist society is the demand, sure, you can believe in socialism, but you must denounce as loud as possible every country around the world trying to build socialism. You must repeat State Department propaganda against them. And if you don't do that, you are somehow the equivalent of a Holocaust denier or a Nazi. And that is very, very dangerous. It's a big problem in our movement. Now, Vosh, I know that you and I have very, very different definitions of socialism. I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm going to tell you the definition of socialism that I understand. It comes from Frederick Engels, from his book, which is one of the most important books in the history of Marxism, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where he says that socialism is when, quote, "the proletariat seizes public power and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, shipping them from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible, and anarchy in social production vanishes." And I think that there are societies around the world that have done that have seized the means of production. There have been mass anti-imperialist and socialist working class peasant movements that have risen up, seized control of the means of production. And yes, they've done bad things. Yes, human rights have been violated. Yes, crimes have been committed, and no one is here to defend those bad things. But I think as those of us who want to build socialism in the United States, I think we can learn from those struggles. And that I think that portraying tankies as if they are fascists or as if they are the equivalent of white supremacists is a big blunder. And this kind of tanky baiting has been a threat to the entire progressive movement. The war on organized labor began in the 1950s when they pushed some of the most revolutionary labor leaders like Harry Bridges and William Z. Foster out of the labor movement with this anti-Stalinism, this anti-tankyism. And a lot of Trotskyites and social democrats went along with it, and it hurt the entire labor movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, he was tanky baited because he said that Cuba's healthcare system has been good. 60 Minutes did a hit piece on him. That became the whole focus. Bernie Sanders won't denounce existing socialism loudly enough. This hurts the entire progressive movement. It's not helpful. And I hope that your audience, they may not agree with me about China or the former Soviet Union or that, but I hope that they will understand that trying to divide the movement, painting, people in the movement who are anti-racist and anti-fascist as if they are somehow the equivalent of the far right, which is very dangerous and rising and pushing hate, that I hope people in your audience will rethink that and try to build unity among progressive forces as we struggle against the prison industrial complex, the economic crisis, the rising police state, and try to get to a better world. That's where I'm at, Vosh. Let's talk.
Yeah, okay, so there are a number of points here that I think are maybe a mischaracterization of some of the things that I believe in. First of all, with regards to, so your ultimate argument is one against gatekeeping, effectively, that there's ultimate harm done to the movement when you engage in any action to distinguish the broader, the right-left from the parts of it that you want to excise. Unfortunately, excising undesirables from your movement is, I think you as a fan of the USSR would probably know, basically a necessary part of any revolutionary activity. With regards to the tankies that are referred to, for example, I'm not referring to people who, for example, are at any point not as critical of the USSR as I am, or people who see value in some of the revolutionary movements in the developing world. I think these are perfectly fine things. I'm talking about people who aggressively engage in optics, which are antithetical to the things that I believe in. I'm not denouncing them because Fox News is telling me to. I'm denouncing them because they are my enemy and because they make us look bad. So, for example, while these people are by no means the majority, there are tankies who defend Stalin. Anybody who is in any way, shape, or form in favor of either of the two components of socialism that you laid out, whether that be worker control of the means of production or the destruction of the commodity form, should despise Stalin. He was not a good man. And he did not do good for the movement. He just isn't a good person to hinge public representation on. And I wonder, then, how you would feel about the odds of Bernie Sanders succeeding in the United States of America, not if he refrained from denouncing the healthcare in Cuba or whatever, but if somebody had asked him, do you like Stalin? And Bernie had failed to answer in the negative. My issue here is that I think we're blurring the lines between people who have minor ideological differences but a shared goal and people who do not share a goal with me. Because there are people who defend bad things. When I hear people who are unironically defending, it's off the hands, like the Holdemer denials, like, oh, it was necessary, the kulaks were hoarding grain, there was nothing they could have done, they diverted grain. Like, this is abhorrent to me. Not only because it's morally impermissible, as far as I'm concerned, to defend, the actions which led to a genocide, but also because it's materially wrong, and also because it makes us look really bad. Whether we like it or not, socialism and its development in the United States of America is going to be predicated on our ability to relate to the average person with things we know they care about, whether that stuff be healthcare or ending foreign war or bringing about a reconciliation between those who have wealth divides between them. I don't think we can achieve this by allowing people who adopt the aesthetics, optics, and rhetoric of authoritarians to run rampant within our movement.
All right. May I respond?
Yes, please.
I think you're making a little bit of a mistake. Now, there are two fronts I want to respond on. I can respond regarding myself, and I can respond regarding tankies in general. In regards to myself, I have no interest in defending Stalin's personality and convincing anybody that Stalin was a good guy. I'm interested in defending socialism, not personalities. But you have to admit, the way socialism is presented in the United States, the argument generally is that it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's created nothing but gulags and death and misery. And the response you generally get from socialists is, oh, that's all true, but I'm just so smart that I'll do it better. And that's a ridiculous argument. You look like a fool when you make that argument. You have to be able to deal with the history of the 20th century and point out that everything isn't completely black and white, that mistakes were made, but big achievements were made as well, like defeating the Nazis, like electrifying and industrializing an entire country. And that's the conversation I'm interested in having. I'm not interested in having conversations about Holodomor or the Moscow trials or anything like that. That's regarding me. However, when you characterize people who do question the historical narrative about the Soviet Union in this way, you need to recognize that you're talking about not just guys on the internet who might be obnoxious. Nelson Mandela was a tankie. I will read you what Nelson Mandela said in 1986. Quote, "The Soviet Union is the torchbearer for all the hopes and aspirations. In the Soviet Russia, genuine people have been transformed from genuine people's power has been transformed from dreams into reality. The land of Soviets is a genuine friend and ally of all peoples fighting against the dark forces of world reaction." That's Nelson Mandela in 1986. So by saying that people that glorify the Soviet Union should be kicked out of your movement, you're disassociating from the African National Congress. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, he gave a speech in 1942 called "What Russia Means to Us," where he spoke glowingly about the Soviet Union, how it protected national minorities like Jews. He himself was Jewish, and he saw how important the Soviet Union was in fighting anti-Semitism around the world. He talked about their achievements in science and how the Soviet state made a big point of subsidizing scientific research and development. And Christopher Hitchens denounced
Albert Einstein saying that his greatest flaw was his defense of the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Helen Keller, read her autobiography and the glowing things that she says about Lenin and the Bolsheviks at the same time they were suppressing the anarchists and all of that. To write off people that associate themselves with the USSR and its achievements, or with China, or with Vietnam, or with Cuba, or North Korea. Yes, I said North Korea. You know, the Black Panthers sent delegations to North Korea. The Black Panthers studied Juche ideology. The Black Panthers waved Mao's Little Red Book. You should read Huey Newton's autobiography and see what he said about his time in China and how glowingly he speaks about Mao Zedong. Recognizing the achievements of existing socialism doesn't make you a lunatic, doesn't make you a wingnut. It makes you somebody who is open to understanding what's beyond capitalism. Now, my attitude toward these leaders is that we should study all of them and study both their failures and their achievements and blindly adhere and follow none of them. But as we move toward building socialism in the United States, we need to recognize the socialism here will be unique. We're not going to have Chinese socialism here. We're not going to have Russian socialism here. We're not going to have Venezuelan or Cuban socialism. When we have socialism in the United States, it will be a continuation of the progressive tradition. It will be the ideals of Frederick Douglass and John Brown and the suffragists and the labor movement. It will be that radical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist tradition of struggle in U.S. history taking power. But if you look at that history of struggle, some of the greatest voices
We've
in
got
it
a lot
have
to go
been
over so
tanking.
far.
Yeah, I was going to say,
While we're winding down this panel, we've got one thing left. It's a dramatic performance. We'd like to bring up everybody who's involved in that. And after that, we have got our dinner break, and we will reconvene after that. So you guys come on up.
Evening, everyone. How's everyone doing still? Fantastic. This is a little dramatization of a little story from a book called Labor's Untold Story. We picked this because the language in it was very poetic. Thank you. Language in it is very poetic, and it tells a very simple little story. And all it is just a little passage that we took from it. So we hope you enjoy. Men and women struggled alone at first, viewing their plight as personal, private disasters with a slow, dreadful panic rising up within them. Such was the position of Peter Grossop, a working-class man with a habit of comfortable silence. A skilled cabinet maker, he had worked for 26 years at the Tonti Customer Furniture Company in a Midwestern city of 300,000, until he was laid off on January 1st, 1930. He had always regarded himself and his life with quiet satisfaction. He liked what was his. He liked his on which he owed only $1,800 on the first mortgage. And he liked his wife and 2 children, both attending university. Those times after supper in his easy chair were the times he liked best. He never said much, but he'd rattle open the Daily Record and read. A lot of sense that paper made. A man got what he earned. You got more out of life than what you put into it. After such a thought, he'd spy his wife, Fanny, and her work-roughened fingers and turn them round so that he could see the plain band on her finger. He had given her that ring 23 years earlier. He liked that ring. And that's the way evenings had been before he had been fired on January 1st, 1930. 18 months later, in the summer of 1931, they weren't much like that. Mr. Grossop still sat in his easy chair, but he sat there all day now, turning things over in his mind, trying to see where he had made his mistake. Maybe if he had gone into electrical engineering, something with a future, things would not have gone this way. It hadn't been so bad at first. Sometimes he would leave the house all dressed up in his best, and then he'd walk fast with his back very straight, his face carefully held to bright alertness, trying to look as if he were hurrying to a business appointment. But he always ended up at the park. He had $312 in the First National Bank when he was laid off. If it hadn't been for payments on the mortgage, $58.50 a month, it would have lasted longer. He had hated to part with his watch and was always groping for it. It gave him an empty feeling, just like his vacant pocket when his hand reached in for what wasn't there. He received only $15 for it, and Fanny had received even less for her wedding ring. "Trying to make a fool out of me?" he asked. "Pawning your very own wedding ring? I suppose you'd wish you'd married somebody else." Seemed like he'd fly off the handle for just about anything nowadays. Like when she asked him, why didn't he go out and go for a walk? And he went god-damming around. The man couldn't stay in his own house without being driven out. He could hear his wife stirring in the kitchen, making the small rustling noises of a mouse, as if she were afraid that any louder noise might irritate him. The house was very still now. No money, and the man of the house just sitting there doing nothing. For the last 6 months, notices had been coming from the bank about the lapsed mortgage payments. Any day now. Any day now. He couldn't let himself complete the thought. The Daily Record, of course, was right when it pointed out that no one with get up and go, no one with real initiative and enterprise was on relief. Going down to the county release office had been the worst. He had to stand in line with black workers and foreigners and people ragged enough to be bums. As a taxpayer and a solid citizen, he never believed in the dole. Sure, he was a union man, but the AFL didn't believe in it either. Well, he hadn't gone there until Fanny and him had been hungry. He had tried to explain to the social worker at the county relief office that his case was different. He wasn't a bum. And then when he got on his feet again, but he had just given him a tired smile, meant to be friendly, but seemingly mocking to Mr. Grossop before saying, "Next!" It was hard for two people to live on $12 a month. If he could only borrow some money for the mortgage. He called the bank, but they said it was too late now. The case was in the courts. There would be a judgment any day now. His wife was standing in the kitchen door, looking right at him. He pretended not to see her. "Peter," she said, I just have to talk with you." He still wouldn't look at her. There was nothing to talk about. "Peter, we just have to do something." "Do something? Do you think I sit here because I like to?" Mrs. Grossop's mouth quivered. "Peter, you never used to talk to me that way." He glared at her, but she did not retreat, but eyed him firmly. "I had been talking to Mrs. Flaherty next door. She says if you go down to the unemployment council, we wouldn't be evicted." Mr. Grossop was honestly shocked. "Go down to that bunch of communists? I'd die first. We've got to do something. The sheriff will be here any day now." In this excitement, Mr. Grossop rose up with a grand stance alone, saying, "The Daily Record, the Daily Record says that bunch is communistic. They can take my house," he said, and his voice broke wearily, "but I ain't taking no help from any communist." They came the next day. Mr. Grossop couldn't believe it. Even as they began taking down the beds, clumping through the house, moving the old sofa out into the street, he still couldn't believe it. He was being robbed, and he was all alone. There was no one who could help him. There was no police to call on because they were the ones doing it. Or at least, it was a single deputy sheriff. Mr. Grossop, like a troubled shadow, followed the deputy in and out, grabbing at furniture that he thought might fall or might be scratched. Out on the street, he stood bewildered, surrounded by the property which he had made his days. The deputy was speculatively examining some of Mrs. Grossop's best linen. Neighbors were standing around, but Mr. Grossop could not meet their sympathy or even know it was that. Coming to the door, tottering in the grasp of a single deputy who found it hard to grasp securely, was his easy chair. As Mr. Grossop ran to help, the deputy stumbled and the chair crashed down on the steps. "My God," Mr. Grossop cried, "you can't do that!" He was conscious of a neighbor plucking at his sleeve, trying to speak to him, but his outrage was so intense that he did not answer him. The deputy was standing on the porch, now looking at the group of men and women who had suddenly appeared. A young bearded man, apparently in charge, stood next to Mr. Grossop. "Good God," Mr. Grossop cried again, trying to fit right his chair and restore the big leather cushion. "You can't treat a man's property that way." He looked around, his face twitching. His neighbor pulled at him again and said, "We're from the Unemployment Council, and we want to help." "Well, my God," screamed Mr. Grossop, "if you want to help, do something then." The bearded young man looked briefly at the 5 deputies on the porch and then at his 30 unemployed. "Move it back," he asked. In an instant, Mr. Grossop's all of his prized possessions, his easy chair, even the big refrigerator, the bedpost, the pictures, everything was streaming back into his home. The neighbors began grabbing pots and pans and mattresses and stumbling a little and laughing wildly and calling out in exciting tones, clubbing onto the porch and onto the house. Mr. Grossop never knew what happened. It was a happy blur. He had his home again. He had his strength. He had his friends. His chair was put back in its place. His wife seemed to have suddenly grown younger. Someone was making coffee and sandwiches in the kitchen. It was like a party. Everyone was shouting and laughing. Mr. Grossop shook hands with at least 24 men he had never met before. The bold and brazen leader of the unemployed, Hugh Henderson, a sandwich in his hand, was making a speech from the front porch. Mr. Grossop also found himself making a speech. After a life of hard work, he said, taking a man's home. It ain't right. They put my chair, everything, out into the street. Worked hard all my life. It ain't right. There were some cheers. Some of the crowd went away. We'll stay a while, Mr. Henderson said, to be sure the police won't come back. A great tension and awful loneliness was slowly sleeping away from Mr. Grossop's veins. He hadn't known how miserable he had been. A man couldn't do anything by himself. He hadn't known how many people had been going through the same thing he had. Something had happened to him. He felt as if he had broken from the prison of his baffled self. No longer did he sit in his home all day. Still, there were times on the picket line, or as he helped to move someone else's furniture back in, that he wondered at the tight little intern man that he had once been. And it hadn't been much fun. Good job, Roger. Good job. Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
So that you could maximize the forces at each step of the way. Caleb.
Well, I wanted to touch on one aspect of this that I think shouldn't be overlooked, but is rather important, which is the personality of Lenin. Because one pet peeve, I must say, that I have, and this kind of annoys me about, in the United States, we have a number of communist parties that are left over from the 1960s or earlier. Marxism in America has been marginal. It's not been a mainstream current. And all of them spend a huge amount of time trying to tell you how normal their leaders are. And it's a little bit weird, but they'll talk about how their leader is really, really into basketball. He just loves to watch basketball games. And they'll talk about how, their leader is just an ordinary guy who can drink beer, and we're just so normal. We're just average people. Look at us. And that whole thing just kind of reeks of unhealth because, if anyone has to tell you they're normal, they're not, right? But not in a good way, right? But, Vladimir Lenin was not a normal guy in any sense, right? He was exceptional. And that's what made him great, was his ability to be absolutely exceptional. One of the Menshevik leaders, F.I. Dan, described Lenin as a man who talks, writes, thinks, and breathes nothing but revolution 24 hours a day. Lenin was obsessed. The biographies of Lenin, the accounts from his spouse and others describe him as somebody who would not sleep for days because he would be so upset over the disputes and the disagreements within the party, and that he was constantly trying to build and hold this revolutionary organization together, and that he developed the method of democratic centralism because Russia had many, many great revolutionary leaders, but they had to get all of them in one organization and concentrate their strengths so that they marched as one. And democratic centralism was a process for doing so. And that Lenin was constantly wrangling and struggling with the various revolutionary leaders of Russia, trying to get them in one organization, trying to get them to act in a disciplined manner and actually carry out and achieve the objectives that they had set out to achieve. And if you read Lenin's writings, he's constantly screaming, we need more discipline, we need more unity, because there wasn't discipline and unity. A lot of these people were from the middle class. They were intellectuals, and they very much wanted to have a debating society. They very much wanted to prove that they were the smart ones, that they were the great individuals. And Lenin is saying we have to focus on actually achieving the goal, and that means subordinating our individual ego or whatever to the overall goal of taking power. And the other thing that comes across in many of the fights in the Bolshevik Party is that Lenin is focused on winning, and he's not concerned with the pettiness of personalities. And that people describe him as being almost cold, right? That his critics said this man is just so cold-hearted. He's not focused on other things. He's not concerned about personal gripes that people might have, or rumors or concerns, or I mean, he's just cold, and he's focused on the goal. How can we take power? And that comes across. Lenin did not have a normal personality, and thank goodness for that. He never would have been the great revolutionary visionary he was. He never would have been able to achieve what he had if he'd just been somebody who just got caught up in everyday life. He was exceptional. He was obsessed, and that really comes across when you look at his personality. The other thing I wanted to say about Lenin is that, unfortunately, among the anti-imperialist camp, right? Obviously, China, Vietnam, People's Korea, these, Marxist-Leninist countries are a big part of the anti-imperialist camp. You have countries like Russia, you have countries like Iran, that are not Marxist-Leninist, not, anti-imperialist in the Marxist-Leninist sense, but are anti-imperialist and striving against imperialism. And they are very critical of Lenin. And one of the things that they often bring up is their criticism of Lenin. It seems that they associate Lenin with the revolutionary intelligentsia and the aesthetic of chaos and instability that has largely been being used by the imperialists now, George Soros and the color revolution apparatus and destabilizing countries. And they associate Lenin with that, and that the immediate aftermath of the Bolshevik Revolution, those were not good years in Russia's history. We know they were blockaded, they were surrounded, they were invaded by many different countries, and they associate Lenin with this kind of radical middle class current that's been hijacked by the imperialists now to destabilize anti-imperialist countries, that hijacks revolutionary aesthetics and revolutionary phrases to destabilize countries and do the dirty work of the imperialists, and that's kind of the blowback against Lenin that we see is identifying him with that current. Well, I would urge people to look at what really defined Lenin, which was that Lenin took Marxism out of the revolutionary intelligentsia of Europe. He developed the party of new type. He said that nationalism can be progressive, right? And that the struggle for national liberation would define it. And the communists can lead a struggle of an entire nation to be free from imperialism. Lenin built this organization, the Party of a New Type, that was not the kind of liberal, open-minded, free debating society that the revolutionary intellectuals of Europe wanted. Furthermore, Lenin, what did he say? He said that communism is Soviet power plus electrification. Yes, Russia was very chaotic and the Civil War was an awful time, but Lenin didn't want to keep Russia that way. And it was Stalin who very much fulfilled Lenin's vision of electrifying the Soviet Union with the great 5-year plans and mobilizing the country to industrialize and become a great power. And that Stalin was continuing Lenin's vision of electrifying and building a socialist economy that controlled an industrialized society that was raising living standards. So as much as Lenin did come out of the middle class intelligentsia, he really rescued the Marxist movement from that and took the Marxist movement in a much more, Eurasian direction out of the revolutionary middle class of Europe. And Trotskyism very much is a repudiation of Leninism. It's just a section of that revolutionary middle class that could never accept Leninism. That's what Trotskyism is. Trotsky could never accept the idea that we have to be separate from the European Social Democrats. He always wanted to be the more radical faction of the Social Democrats. When Lenin formed the Party of New Type, Trotsky said, oh no, I'm going to form the August Bloc. I'm going to be the more radical Social Democrat. And that was Trotsky's thing. And Lenin says, no, we're a new thing. We're doing something completely different than these people are doing. Trotsky says, no, we can find a way to still be social democrats, just be more radical. Trotsky says the peasants can't be revolutionary. They're a backward class. And Lenin says, no, we're fighting for the national liberation of a country that is underdeveloped. We need to build an alliance with the peasantry. And that Trotskyism is largely that middle class European intelligentsia, that aesthetic that's been hijacked by the imperialists. But Leninism was a break with that. And Trotskyism was a current that could not break with the middle class intelligentsia and really held on to the idea that the West will be the center of the global revolution. Trotsky said that New York City is the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged. Trotsky was just in love with European social democracy, whereas Lenin was saying, no, the revolutionary energy is going to be in the East, among the colonized people fighting for their national liberation.
Totally. And of course, when it comes to the home population, Again, underlining your point, Caleb, what did Lenin say? He looked at how rotten the upper layer of the working class had become because of the loot that was coming from the empire. And he said, for our movement to be successful, it must be based in the poor. We must go lower and deeper to the poor masses who are not getting all these kickbacks that make their life lovely and make them feel comfortable. And so they can sit around and consider socialism to be an abstract debating point. It's got to be people who understand that it's a bread and butter question for them and their future.
I'll just say this is the most beautiful statue, the most beautiful monument I have ever seen. Right? And I don't think I have ever seen a monument that I like more. This is like the ideal monument. All right? It says so much. I'll show it. I got a couple different angles of it. That's another angle so you can see how big it is. Just absolutely beautiful. This is the Senegali Monument to Independence. All right? The monument for the independence of Senegal. All right? Here it is. We got a couple different angles. And it is beautiful on a number of different levels, right? It was built by North Korea. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea built this beautiful monument as a way of showing solidarity with the people of Senegal and their history of anti-colonialism. And it is absolutely beautiful on a number of levels. And I will tell you why. First things first, it is pronatal. It has a baby on it. It's saying we need more people in the world and that having children is a good thing, not a bad thing. That's very, very important because right now, especially when it comes to the African continent, the position of the imperialists is a degrowth position. Is a position that there are too many people in the world and we need to reduce the population. And this monument celebrates having children. It has a little child pointing to the future, saying we want a better future for our children. That's the first thing I like about this monument. The second thing I like about this monument is it glorifies physical strength, right? It shows a very, very muscular African man, right? That is not an overweight man. That is not a skinny man. That is a very, very muscular man. It is presenting the African people not as poor, oppressed victims, not as people to feel sorry for, right? South Park used to have that very, very offensive joke about starving Marvin, the Ethiopian or whatever. That is not the image. It shows the African people as the heroes of their own liberation with a very, very muscular and physically fit man leading the way, holding up his infant son and holding his wife. I assume they're married. I mean, we don't know. There's no wedding rings, I guess, but I assume they're married, right? Showing a strong, physically fit African man as the center of the icon with his child on the monument. In addition to that, it has the mother on the other side, and he's holding her up, meaning that women must be held up as part of the liberation struggle, right? That women are an important part. They are half of humanity. Women hold up half the sky. And that the family, the mother and the father coming together and loving each other and raising up their child points toward the way to the future. And you notice they're all both looking upward. They're looking upward. And that is very, very important too, because the future is bright. The future is great. There is development on the horizon. There is hope and technological progress. Tomorrow will be better than today. And this is the best
monument I have ever seen. And it is not a coincidence that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, one of the most relentless and heroic communist governments in the world, a government that has endured years of blockade and sanctions and threats and never surrendered, that they built this amazing monument. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that it is not a coincidence that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea built this phenomenal monument. And I hope that someday I get to visit Senegal and see it for myself. I would like to see this monument up close because it's a damn good monument. This is the best monument I have ever seen. This, folks, is called socialist realism. I don't know if you're aware of this, but before the CIA funded modern art, before the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program, before left-wing and socialist politics was distorted, this is the kind of art that leftists, socialists, and communists promoted. Socialist realism that made ordinary people, fathers and mothers and children and soldiers and farmers and bricklayers and teachers and lawyers and ordinary people into heroes. Socialist realism. During the Great Depression, when millions of Americans lost their jobs, Roosevelt hired the unemployed and he put them to work building post offices and painting murals throughout the United States. And the murals and post offices that the murals in the post offices and the murals in the union halls and the art that was built was socialist realist art. It was this kind of art. They called it, in the Soviet Union, where it was being made to promote the project of building a communist government, they called it socialist realism. In the United States, when it was built to build a working class movement, but not necessarily to glorify a communist government, they called it social realism. But this was the kind of art that was celebrated and promoted by the global communist movement until the CIA started funding abstract art and modern art, and the work of Jackson Pollock. This is our movement. And today in Moscow, if you go to the Moscow subway system, you will see this same kind of art. You will see this same kind of beautiful socialist realist art that celebrates humanity, celebrates looking toward the future, celebrates the working class, celebrates the struggles and the sacrifices of the common people, celebrates the dignity of human labor. This is amazing. And it also points to the very, very close relationship that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has with the global anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movement. All right, so now we know what this is. This is the Chinese flag, but it has a particular meaning, and this is what we need to remember. These 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes, the block of 4 classes. And it was the peasants, it was the workers, it was the middle peasants, those are like small farmers, people who owned their own land, and it was the national capitalists. And the Communist Party unified all of them. And that's what this big star here, that stands for the Communist Party. And the Trotskyites and the ultra-left elements, they looked at the Chinese Revolution when they were victorious in 1949, and they said, well, that's not real communism. That's not real Marxism. Marxism is a dictatorship of the proletariat, and you're talking about a block of 4 classes. That's not real. That doesn't count. But the Chinese communists, they had a response. And what was their response? And they said, well, China, the majority of our population are peasants, and the main contradiction is imperialism. So we have created a block of 4 classes, but it is real socialism because it is led by the Communist Party. And they said the Communist Party has a proletarian ideology. Proletarian ideology. You guys can sit down now.
Where does the word proletarian come from? Well, we have to go back to ancient Rome, don't we? Does anyone know what the word proletarian literally means? It actually literally means one who has children. That is the definition of a proletarian. That's really what it means. The class, the ones who procreate. And the reason that was the term used for certain people in ancient Rome is in Rome you had slave owners and you had slaves, and the proletarians were neither slaves nor masters. And all they had were their children. They didn't own any land, they didn't own any property, but no one else owned them. They were the class that had nothing but their children. The only way they could have property is if they had children. Your children were considered to be part of your property. And the proletariat had never existed before until ancient Rome. You know, in other societies, you have slaves, you have masters, you have serfs, you have landowners. There'd never been a proletariat before. And that's why when great kings from all over the world, when Cleopatra and others visited Rome, they were shocked because they knew that Rome was the capital of the world. This was the capital of the modern world, the center of this global empire. But they would see homeless people on the streets. They would say, how can this be? How can this be? Well, that's because when you have proletarians, you have homeless people. Because if the proletarian can't sell their labor, they can't survive. And so this great city had a big problem of all these crowds of desperately poor and homeless people. And Julius Caesar, part of the way he built up his power is he became a champion of the proletariat. And he started passing laws to help the proletariat and things like that. And that's part of why he was killed. This is what you have to remember about Rome. See, back in Rome, we understand, they had the polytheism, where they believed in different gods. And the way Rome was set up was that every section of society, they had their own rites and religious practices. The navy of Rome, they worshiped the god Neptune, and they had a special temple for the god of the ocean, Neptune, and they had special rituals that only sailors would engage in because they were worshiping the god Neptune. There were parts of the military that worshiped Mars, who was the god of war, and they had certain ceremonies they would engage in, and these were called the mystery cults, right? It was based on your profession. You prayed to a certain god, you engaged in certain rituals. There were certain teachings that you learned as you became, if you were a sailor for a few more years, you'd learn more about the legend of Neptune and his life. And these were called the mystery religions, the mystery cults. This is how Rome was set up, as they had this. And as the proletariat in Rome started organizing and started withholding their labor and saying to the employers, the pipe fitters and the bricklayers, they started to develop their own mystery religion. A lot of them were from Greece. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And when they would get together and organize as the proletariat, they started to worship their own God. And they started to have their own mystery religion, if you will call it that. And they started to worship Jesus the carpenter. Woo! This is a historical fact. Go read The Foundations of Christianity by Karl Kautsky. Christianity as a religion began as the political expression of the Roman proletariat. That's what it began as. The proletarians were asserting their rights and fighting back against their employers. They developed their own mystery religion. They worshipped a craftsman just like they were. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And they began to organize and to fight for the rights of the proletariat. And, as we know, back in ancient Rome, the Romans were not particularly thrilled about this, and that Christians were being persecuted, etc. But after the Christians continued, and after so many of them had been fed to lions, and so many of them had been burned at the stake, and it still existed, there started to be some within the Roman ruling elite who started to say, well, maybe there's parts of this Christianity thing that we can co-opt for ourselves. We have this problem with homeless children. These Christians, they build orphanages. So maybe we could find some good Christians to build orphanages and deal with this homeless children problem, And all over the empire, we have all these people fighting against us. And when they rally against us, they always have their own God they rally around. But these Christians, they believe in only one God. So we could outlaw all the other gods and just have one God. And so you saw Christianity being co-opted and adjusted and taken from being a revolutionary movement and turned into a mechanism for stabilizing the empire. And the Christians, when the early Christians were talking, they were talking about how one day Jesus was going to return and he was going to tear down the empire. And they were going to create a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And those who were loyal reigned for 1,000 years. However, as Christianity was getting watered down and adjusted, it started to become, you should obey the Roman Empire because, look ahead to the next life. Think about the next life, be obedient and submissive. And Christianity was being watered down and adjusted to serve the needs of the Roman Empire. And if you think about it, that's a lot like something that's happened to our movement. there are elements that have taken socialism, the movement of the proletariat, and turned it into a mechanism for trying to stable their empire. You know, I mean, you think about Jesus Christ. How would Jesus Christ feel if he returned now to see a church with a Ukrainian flag supporting the neo-Nazis in it? But then, dare I go there?
Go there.
How would Lenin or Stalin or William Z. Foster or Gus Hall feel if they saw the disgraceful organization that calls itself the Communist Party USA? So much evil is being done in the name of our movement right now. What began as a movement to liberate the proletariat and destroy empires has been hijacked as a mechanism for trying to stabilize their empire. And people say, well, Caleb, don't be sectarian, don't be divisive, don't talk about this. We have a responsibility to talk about this. We have absolutely a responsibility to talk about this. If you want to read some angry writing, go and read the writings of Vladimir Lenin when World War I was breaking out. Because World War I would not have happened if it weren't for socialists who sold out and let it happen. And if the socialist movement had stuck to its principles and said, we'll never send workers to kill other workers, World War I wouldn't have happened. But they sold out, they abandoned their principles, and 20 million workers were sent to their deaths. And if you read Lenin's writings, this is what he says. Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat is following or will follow the social chauvists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle, and it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper to the real masses. Amen. This is the whole meaning and the whole purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that they are vehicles for bourgeois ideas and influences, that they are really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie, we teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism and for the revolution, all through the long and painful vicissitudes of imperialist war and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the world labor movement is to explain to the masses the inevitability and the necessity of breaking with opportunism, and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism, to utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement!
Hey folks, I wanted to give a great example of how biased the teaching of history is regarding the 20th century. Folks, the Chinese Communist Party took power in 1949. That's the year the People's Republic of China was declared. That's when the Communist Party came to power. But many, many years before that, 1928, 1929, and 1930, there was a horrendous famine in China. This famine was caused for a number of reasons, most of which can be traced back to capitalism. One of the primary causes of the famine was the fact that the people in China didn't have food because there had been crop failures. And part of the reason that these crop failures were so dramatic was because so much of the arable land in China, where food should have been grown, was being used to grow opium poppies, right? And that's supply and demand. There wasn't money to be made by feeding the Chinese people, but there was money to be made for the international capitalist system and free trade and the British Empire in growing opium poppies. That was supply and demand in action. In fact, let's not forget that the British Empire waged 2 different opium wars to force China to join the global free trade Adam Smith system, tear down any tariffs and barriers and be part of the free trade system. And one great staple of that free trade system that the British and American big multinational bankers and corporations were pushing at the time was opium. A lot of American bankers, a lot of British bankers were involved in the drug trade. And at the time this famine happened, 1928 to 1930, in China, a lot of the arable land was not being used to grow food. It was being used to grow something that was much more profitable for capitalists, opium poppies. Furthermore, China didn't have a strong central government that could be mobilized to carry out relief. The Chinese government was so corrupt and bought off by, multinational corporations and bankers and warlords and local interests, and it was so corrupted by capitalists, it was, being auctioned off to the highest bidder. When this famine hit and millions of people were dying, couldn't get food, the government was paralyzed. It really had no ability to mobilize an effective relief. Now, this famine that happened between 1928 and 1930 in China, 3 years, people were dying in northern China. And while that was happening, the estimates were maybe 3 million people had died. Now historians believe that roughly maybe 10 million people died during this 3-year period in northern China. Horrendous. But you'll notice that the Wikipedia page about this famine in China caused by capitalism is only 3 sentences long. Let me repeat that. The Wikipedia page about this famine caused by capitalism in China is only 3 sentences long. However, we all know there was another famine in China called the Great Leap Forward, where there were some economic hardships that happened in the early 1960s after the Communist Party had been in power, after the Soviet Union had cut off its aid to China. And look at the Wikipedia page for the Great Leap Forward. Paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs, all repeating this same narrative that somehow this one famine proves that communism has never worked anywhere and that free market capitalism is the only system. The reason that there are 3 sentences about a famine that took place because of capitalism and many, many, many paragraphs, just a whole big article about a famine that happened under the leadership of the Communist Party is because the famine that happened under the leadership of the Communist Party has propaganda value for Western capitalism. It is something they can use to demonize the Chinese Communist Party, to promote free trade and globalization, to promote privatizations and austerity in Western countries, to promote their myth that greed is good and that capitalism is just an amazing system. And because it has propaganda value, all kinds of things are written about it. In fact, there's even a book that was published about the Great Leap Forward. The photo that is on the cover of this book called Mao's Great Famine is actually from 1946. It was in Time Life magazine. It was one of their photos. And it was in 1946 that this child was photographed being hungry before the communists even took power. That's from another famine, right? So it's not even a picture from the Great Leap Forward, but it's on the cover of this book demonizing the Chinese Communist Party. But no one discusses this famine that happened from 1928 to 1930, where 3 to 10 million people, probably closer to 10 million people, died because of capitalism. It's not relevant. And this famine that occurred from 1928 to 1930 in China was one of many. These kinds of famines happened all the time under capitalism. And it was the Chinese Communist Party that industrialized China. It was the Chinese Communist Party that built power plants all over China. It's because of the Chinese Communist Party that 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty. Now, today, China's economy that has 5-year economic plans, that has a huge number of state-run banks and industries, led by a communist party grounded in Marxist-Leninist ideology, socialism with Chinese characteristics, is the 2nd largest economy in the entire world. Huge economic achievements have happened. However, if you listen to the discourse in the United States, you'll hear all about a famine that happened in the early 60s. And this famine, in which capitalism killed millions of Chinese people, you're getting a biased narrative of events. You shouldn't need any further proof of this than that. The fact that you thought communism leads to everyone starving, and you never heard about all the famines caused by capitalism. Furthermore, no one ever bothered to point out that it was communists that made China into a global superpower that it is today.
shows that you are being served a completely biased and ridiculous narrative.
I want you to pay close attention to what's going on over here. As you can see, there's a small protest happening at the UN protest cage. And maybe you can't read the signs from here, but these are the Party of Socialism and Liberation, the PSL. They have signs that say, U.S. hands off Niger. Now, what's going on right next to them? There is a huge anti-Russia, pro-Ukrainian gathering. And you'll notice the PSL has no signs supporting Russia, supporting the Russian people, and against the bombing that they endured at the hands of the US-backed NATO fascist regime. Nothing. Meanwhile, there is a huge anti-Russian rally right next to them. And instead, they just have signs that say, US out of Africa, hands off Niger. But they just conveniently are avoiding the issue. While our US media is in an anti-Russian overdrive, they are simply trying to change the subject and trying to avoid the issue at hand. And if you look at what's going on in Africa, it is highly related to what is happening in Russia and in Ukraine. And the PSL knows that. And in fact, many of the forces in Niger have spoken up very strongly in support of Russia. And PSL knows this, but they are trying to obscure it. They want the black community and the African diaspora to keep supporting the Democratic Party, which is one of the main forces that is backing U.S. intervention and U.S. escalation in Ukraine against Russia. And so they are trying to divert the conversation and make it sound like what's going on in Niger is in no way connected to what's going on in Ukraine. This is reprehensible. Instead of having an anti-imperialist rally, instead of saying what the African leaders are saying about how Russia is a friend of the people of Niger and Ukraine is a proxy of the US imperialists, PSL wants to have an identity politics, white guilt conversation about, it's basically the equivalent of the Queen of England, patting little African kids on the head, and they want to change the conversation because they're pandering to liberals who think that Russia is fascist. That's what's going on here. You'll notice there's not a single sign there talking about how Russia is a friend to the African people. There's not a single sign there saying what the African leaders are all saying, which is that Russia and China is our friend. Instead, they want to have a liberal conversation. They want to mobilize the middle-class white liberals to feel sorry for those poor African people and change the subject to not be about capitalism and not be about imperialism and not be about economics, but to instead be about how white people are the problem, how white people are the problem because they have so much privilege, and they want to echo exactly the same identity politics, guilt spiel that you learned in your workplace. They want a conversation about guilt and liberal activism, and there's a huge fascist pro-Ukraine mobilization right next to them. And they're not confronting it in any way. They're just trying to change the subject. PSL is a sinister organization, and even though there's all kinds of allegations about them and their sexual whatever, they repeat smears against me, and they've spread lies against the Center for Political Innovation. They've joined with BreadTube to repeat that we are neo-Nazis, even though we are standing in solidarity with oppressed people against the emerging low-wage police state. And they smeared the Rage Against the War Machine rally and tried to accuse the Rage Against the War Machine rally of being neo-Nazis in the hopes that they could get it outlawed. It's pretty unbelievable. They were trying to incite Antifa to attack and violently attack the Rage Against the War Machine rally. PSL is an evil organization. They're pretending to take the correct position on Africa right now and to support the people of Niger. But they're intentionally not confronting the issue of Ukraine and Russia. They're intentionally diverting the conversation. It's really sinister what they're doing, right? Instead of having a conversation about imperialism, the PSL is over there having a conversation about how we need to feel sorry for the poor Africans, and this has nothing to do with Russia and Ukraine.
Very classic. Our divisions in the ruling class. When you think about Kamala Harris, what she did as prosecutor, you could really just say that that's what leftism is if it's stripped of economics, if it's stripped of class struggle, if it's stripped of a desire to have the people rise up and control the means of production. If it's just anger, if it's just revenge, it's just a call for destruction, a call for rebellion, that's what Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, she's very much a guillotine meme. That's what she is. It's the glorification of punishment, a desire for revenge, a desire for destruction. And that if you look at the history of socialism around the world, the strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines, it wasn't the firing squads, it wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. I'll read to you what was said. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
Remember, we were illiterate. We lived in virtual darkness. We wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible to build all these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol. And for us, Stalin was an idol. And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants, he wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. And then they fought off the Nazi invaders, and then they rebuilt the country again, and a few years later they were the first country in outer space. And the strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. Talk about Fidel Castro. The people loved Fidel Castro because of the executions and the persecution that happened in the immediate aftermath of the revolution. No. They loved Fidel Castro because he brought the people together to build a modern medical system, to raise the country up. He sent medical volunteers all over the world to care for people. I sent literacy volunteers across the planet. That was the strength of Fidel Castro. You talk about what Kim Il-sung did. Why is it that Kim Il-sung is loved on the Korean Peninsula? Why is it that Kim Jong-un remains popular? Why is it the people of North Korea have not surrendered despite everything they've been up against? Well, it's due to the fact that after the Korean War, every single building in North Korea above 1 story tall was bombed and destroyed. The country was devastated. 4 million people were killed. And a year later, Kim Il-sung had every single child in the northern half of the Korean Peninsula back in school. And he built that country up. And he built up a steel industry. And he electrified the country. And the people saw their living standards rise and rise and rise. And that is the strength. And you can say the same thing about China. Poverty alleviation in China is a story that the United Nations and so many other countries have looked on. This is a whole country that moved up from nothing. We talk about the power plants that they built. We talk about the education that's been provided. We talk about the highways and the high-speed railway that's been constructed. But we can talk about even in the earliest years of the revolution. There were people who saw a doctor, millions of people, who saw a doctor for the first time in their lives because of Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party. Their barefoot doctor program sent doctors to remote regions, up into the mountains, places that had never seen a doctor. In addition to that, but there were children in China who had never seen the sun, because in China they had mines, and children are smaller and they can work in mines. And there were children who they would wake them up in the morning before the sun had come up and send them down into the mines, and they wouldn't be allowed to come out of those mines until the sun had already gone down. They never saw the sun. And it wasn't until the victory of the Chinese Communist Party that they even saw the sun. Like, you cannot underestimate the astronomical achievements of what socialism has done around the world. And when they hit us over the head with this story, that this fairy tale that socialism never worked anywhere, I don't know what they're smoking. I mean, the evidence of socialism building and constructing and raising people up is absolutely massive. You can see it everywhere. But I'll tell you a couple interesting things. When the Chinese Communist Party was emerging during the 1930s, there was an American writer named Edgar Snow, and he went to China, and he wrote a best-selling book. It was a book that was a bestseller in the United States. It was called Red Star Over China. And he wrote about how the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Army, they had this spiritual power, this spiritual quality about them. People would give up everything they had and go and join the revolution. They would join arm in arm, and people, when you joined the Chinese Communist Party, you got a new name, and people didn't talk about their old lives, and people lived selflessly, and people from peasant backgrounds, and people from very, very wealthy backgrounds would work together in the same organization. And it had this beautiful power to it. And if you read what was written by Edgar Snow, what was written by the American feminist Agnes Smedley, who went to China and also was embedded with the Red Army, many times in their writing they compare it to early Christianity. That's what they say. They compare it to early Christianity. And people forget that, but the book of Acts in the Bible, it says, referring to the early church, fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. And all who believed were together, and they had all things in common. And they sold their possessions and goods and parted them and gave them to every man as he had need. And they continued daily with one accord in the temple, breaking bread from house to house, and they ate their meat in gladness and singleness of heart. And praising God and having favor with all the people, the Lord added to their number daily as they should be saved. Describes how the early Christian church was living together and sharing things and trying to build a mass movement. And if you listen to the teachings of Jesus, he's constantly warning his followers that they're going to face some persecution. They're going to face some persecution, and many of them did. We know what happened. But it was about living for something bigger than yourself, about sacrificing for your fellow human beings. When we talk about persecution and cancel culture, there's a story that I always love to hear, and this is a really, really amusing story. When Mao and the Chinese Communist Party were expanding and fighting a civil war against Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Kai-shek wrote, and he didn't personally write it, but he had his supporters write a song that they played on the radio constantly. And the lyrics translated to something that went along the lines of this: when Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they played this song on the radio all the time. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they actually made the kids sing it in their schools. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? And it was everywhere. And people could not stand this stupid song that was constantly being played on the radio that all the kids were learning. And apparently, when the Red Army would march into a city and they would be victorious, the people would come out of their houses with tears rolling down their faces, and they would put their fists up in the air and they would sing, when Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? They turned it into its opposite. And we will have that day in America. I don't know if anyone's ever heard, there's a song from the Civil War, about the Civil War, about the Union Army when they liberated plantations in Georgia. It's called Marching Through Georgia. I don't know if you've ever heard it. One of the choruses, one of the verses, there were many Union men who leapt with joyful cheers when they saw that honored flag they had not seen for years. Hardly could they be restrained from breaking forth in tears as we went marching through Georgia. And that was referring to the fact that back then the American flag stood for defeating slavery. And it stood for defeating the British Empire. And it stood for bringing people together to break their chains. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to ever lead soldiers into battle as she began liberating plantations along the Combahee River in South Carolina. In this city, the Republican Party newspaper, the New York Tribune, they hired Karl Marx as their London correspondent. That was the only jobs Karl Marx ever had, was to work for the Fox News of the 1860s.
And he wrote about Abraham Lincoln as the single-minded son of the working class, rescuing an enchained race and leading people to raise up their heads, breaking the chains. And at that point, it was the British Empire that was trying to support the Confederacy. And there was talk of the British Navy being sent to break the blockade and allow weapons and other things to get to the South. Well, let's not forget who sent their Navy to this city, to New York City's harbor. That was the Russians. The Russians supported Abraham Lincoln. We will have that day in America. Because I've heard the stories about how when Gus Hall and Bill Foster and the leaders of the Communist Party USA used to tour the South, and they would go to speak to crowds of tenant farmers. And in some of these states, they even had Jim Crow laws. They had to have a wire down the middle of the room because you couldn't have blacks and whites sitting together. And they would tell them about how their enemy was the big banks and how racism was a tool of the bosses. And I've heard the stories of how tenant farmers, low-income Southerners in Alabama and Mississippi would stand up and rip up their Ku Klux Klan membership cards and sign up for the Communist Party in those meetings. How powerful it was. And I've also heard about a generation later, when the Vietnam War was happening. It wasn't just hippies and the counterculture folks. There were young men from Wisconsin, young men from Iowa, good, wholesome Midwestern boys who went over to Vietnam, who came back from Vietnam and said that war was unbelievable, it was horrendous. They took their medals and they threw them over the fence at the White House. And they said, we'll never make the mistake again. We will not fight a rich man's war. We will have that day in America. But the reality of the situation is that we're in a long-term capitalist crisis. I talk about overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit and how they've built up their economic system. They've made it so efficient now to produce cars, to produce iPhones and iPads. They're churning out products like they never have before. And the role of the worker at the assembly line is being drastically reduced. They don't need us to run their factories anymore. And so we stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made. And their system is having a nosedive. It's having a meltdown. And the ruling class are fighting amongst themselves. And they're fighting against each other. And this is something that happens in a capitalist crisis. This is called Bonapartism, where the capitalist class divides. And they begin fighting with each other. And they want state power to stabilize the crisis. But they all want that state power at the expense of the other guy. They want protection. This is the division in the ruling class. And Silicon Valley and the big oil bankers are aligned with one faction. And there are other forces that are on other sides. And there's a fight in the ruling class. And January 6th was allowed to happen the way it did because there is a division in the ruling class. But I think what we need now more than ever is we need some of that classic American spirit. I've many times been in front of an audience and said, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's Superman. That's right. And I tell people that not only is Superman identified with the United States around the world, but it's also pretty progressive. Superman, let's not remember that the first comic was him protecting a group of striking workers from their crooked boss, that Superman fought against the Ku Klux Klan in the comic books and exposed their secrets on the radio programs that happened. But there's something good about Superman. When you watch Superman, you feel good. There's an optimism that comes out of it. Superman could rule the world with his superpowers, but he doesn't. He lives a humble life as mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent. Superman doesn't like killing and violence. He's sickened by all the cruelty and injustice he sees in the world. He's an innocent, wholesome guy from Kansas who just wants to see people get along and just wants to protect those who've been hurt. There's something very, very beautiful, very, very beautiful about the Superman comics. I pointed out many times that Superman, the man of steel in Russian, that's Stalin. But I think Superman says a lot more about Roosevelt. And it says a lot more about the unemployment councils. It says a lot more about the trade unions and the anti-fascist progressivism of that period than it says necessarily about Stalin. It's about a side of the American spirit that they've been trying to crush, a side of the American people that believe in growth and optimism. And I think that what we need to do is we need to have a society that finds the Superman in every child, that finds the Einstein in every child. And I think that we will have that day in America.
You look at all the money they spend on these wars, they could very easily be building high-speed railway. We could build high-speed railway all across this country. We could be putting all the brightest minds that are figuring out Wall Street derivative rip-off schemes and destroying people. We could put them to work, figuring out fusion energy, getting us beyond fossil fuels. Jose's guy, Lyndon LaRouche, there's one clip of him where he says, if we want to build 100 nuclear plants, we can do it. Understand American methods. Well, what are those American methods? That's that Superman mindset, that belief that we can go out and build a better world, that belief that we need to stand with the oppressed. And it's not a guillotine meme. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not vengeance. It's not woke. It's something else. It's optimistic. It's hopeful. And that is part of the American spirit. I think we could develop a social media app that makes people smarter, not dumber, that makes our kids more physically fit, more mentally healthy, gives them more hope. I think we could do a lot of things. But I was recently in a debate with some libertarians. It was hosted by the Convo Couch, and they were talking about the U.S. government and all the awful things it does. And they were saying, well, why would you want the government to expand? And I said, I want you to imagine that instead of having a government that gives Jeff Bezos whatever he wants and grinds this country into poverty, we had a government that was kicking Jeff Bezos' ass. Yeah. Imagine a government of action that would fight for working families. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America. And we have to save America from the horrors that are being unfolded by an irrational system where profits come before people. I want to save America. I want to build a better world. If all the apparatus they've created for destroying people, for imprisoning people, for breaking people psychologically, could be utilized to build and to construct. If popular power were put in control of the means of production and control of the state apparatus of the United States, we could build something very, very beautiful. But that requires us to talk about a new kind of leftism. It requires us to not just go along with the crowd and go along with what's trending. It requires us to endure persecution, to buck the trend, to challenge the status quo. And it requires us to tap into that old American spirit. It says growth and innovation and hope. That's the American way. I'll just end tonight. There's a beautiful poem someone once recited to me. It went like this. On a busy street, on a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. With a ho-heave-ho and a lusty yell, the men swung a beam and a sidewall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled, like those you would hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled and said, no, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself, as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measures my life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? Thank you very much.
Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
I don't understand how anyone can look at the situation in Ukraine right now after seeing Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and the countless list of other countries that the United States has destroyed and say somehow this time it's different. No, it's not different.
The thing is, just crumbling apart in the Ukraine. We have to save the Ukrainians, just like how we had to save the Iraqis. Just like how we have to save the Libyans, just like how we have to save the Afghanis.
I'd like to see peace in Ukraine. I'd like to see the U.S. stop being involved everywhere around the world. There's no country around the world that's any better off after the U.S. gets involved.
I want a peaceful, neutral, demilitarized Ukraine where the people of the eastern regions and the people of whatever region can have their self-determination, respect from the Ukrainian government and decide their own destiny.
This situation in Ukraine did not start last month. This situation started when the United States overthrew Ukraine's democratically elected government in 2014 and installed a neo-fascist regime. When that happened, the people in the east of the country decided they wanted nothing to do with this neo-fascist regime, and they declared their independence. And since then, the puppet government of Kiev has been bombing the civilians of Donbass. All these people and the media and the politicians giving these crocodile tears about Ukrainians. Oh, we care so much about the Ukrainians. Where the hell were they for the past 8 years to cry for the people of Donbass that were being killed by the U.S.-backed Ukrainian government? It's complete nonsense.
I'm just here to challenge the narrative that CNN, Fox News, and all the American news sites give that Russia is all bad and Ukraine is all holy. Most of these CNN pundits have never been to Ukraine, don't know any Ukrainians, didn't know anything about Ukraine before 2014, and they completely deny the struggles of the Donetsk peoples and their struggles for self-determination and recognition in the world.
I'm out here standing against the United States aggression in Ukraine, trying to use Ukraine as a weapon against Russia.
They don't give a damn about the people of Ukraine. All they care about is demonizing Russia. That's all this is about. This is about enriching NATO, the military-industrial complex, the oil companies. That's all this is about. They don't give a damn about the people of Ukraine. They don't give a damn about the people of Donbass. This whole situation was started when the United States intervened in Ukraine and overthrew its democratically elected government.
Joe Biden doesn't care about Ukraine, just like he doesn't care about America. If he really cared about Ukraine, if he really cared about the people of America, he would be pressing for negotiations, and they should come to an agreement that Ukraine will not join NATO, that Ukraine will be demilitarized, denazified, and the people of the eastern regions, Crimea and the Russian-speaking regions, will be able to decide their own destiny and will not be dictated by a fascist NATO regime in Kiev.
The Ukrainian government is not a legitimate government. They're basically doing the will of the fascists. They're under the fascist control.
$13.6 billion of our tax money has been used to arm the Azov Battalion. $13.6 billion. That can be used for health care, for our schools, for our pensions.
Slaughtering thousands of Jews, slaughtering thousands of Polish people, and he today in the new Ukrainian regime is honored as a hero. Nobody knows this. Look up Stepan Bandera. You can see his picture in national buildings alongside the Ukrainian flag and alongside the flag of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, an openly fascist Nazi collaborator group. Why are we supporting the people who worked with our enemies, America, our enemies in World War II? Why are we supporting them today? Why is Joe Biden giving billions and billions to these people to prop up a corrupt, fascist-friendly regime?
And let's have no illusions about this Ukrainian regime. Ukraine is not a democracy at all.
That's right.
The Ukrainian government is a highly authoritarian government that has shut down opposition parties, has shut down opposition media, and is rounding up any leftists or any people advocating for peace within the country. They've disappeared them. We should focus on building up this country. We have homelessness, infrastructure falling apart. This country is falling apart terribly, and it's only going to get worse because of these ridiculous sanctions that the U.S. government has put on Russia. You can look at your fuel prices, and that's going to also affect all the other prices down the road. This country is falling apart. They say we can't afford Medicare for all. They say we can't afford health care. But somehow we always have money to give to these corrupt regimes around the world, like the Ukrainian government, to kill people. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Standing in support of the people who fought the Nazis in World War II and against the people who collaborated with the Nazis in World War II.
It is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
Why do they hate Russia? Why do they hate China? Well, it's the same reason they hate Venezuela, they hate Iran, they hate Syria. It's because these countries challenge them, but America, seeing that their system is losing out to the new system, they're refusing to let it die. And in an attempt to prolong the life of their own dying system, they're throwing thousands and millions of Ukrainian lives at Russia to prolong their system. It's not going to work, folks.
All right, so we're here at the World Youth Festival, and there's a special exhibit room about NATO and the origins of the NATO alliance, how it was formed, kind of to finish the work that the Nazis were doing and trying to destroy Russia. A lot of interesting themes here, so we're just going to walk through this. A fascinating display, a lot of different items on display, a lot of different artwork and artifacts, etc. So we're just going to take a walk through the festival, through this area. Here we have a history of deception, a history of evil. NATO is the largest military, political, and intelligence alliance under the leadership of the United States, created 75 years ago, 1949, to, quote, contain the Soviet Union, the North Atlantic Alliance, after the collapse of the USSR. Not only did it not cease to exist, very important point, but it also increased the number of participants from 16 to 31, which they promised would not happen, right? They said that NATO would never move an inch eastward, but yet it continued to move. Let's see what else they've got in here. A lot of interesting stuff. Now, this here kind of documents America's support for the Euromaidan riots that overthrew the democratically elected president of Ukraine. This is some of the weaponry that was used by the forces that violently toppled Viktor Yanukovych in the 2014 Euromaidan coup. Just wild. These are actual weapons. Can you imagine this, right? Here in the United States, or in the United States, people get angry about the fact that, there's bots and memes allegedly from Russia. Can you imagine if people in the United States were being armed with weapons like this to attack police officers, to attack people, to destroy public property? I mean, you talk about foreign meddling. This is what the United States was arming people with in order to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Absolutely crazy. But some other highlights we'll talk about. Over here, this is a U.S. supplied weapon, that has been provided to Ukrainian forces by the United States. It's an anti-tank missile system. This is, instead of feeding Americans, instead of providing jobs and healthcare and education in the United States, this is where our tax money is going, to have these kind of sophisticated weapons to prolong the Ukraine conflict. Absolutely, absolutely insane. This is an actual U.S.-created weapon that was supplied to the Ukrainian military by our tax money. Absolutely crazy. Soviet artwork about NATO, about how NATO's always been a military alliance. It's not defensive, but offensive, right? NATO was behind the destruction of Libya. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and then it was NATO that bombed and destroyed it. Now people are fleeing Libya, trying to get out, drowning in the Mediterranean. NATO's never been a defensive alliance. It's always been offensive. It's about attacking independent countries like Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela. Any country that breaks out of the Atlanticist Western system gets targeted. Look at that photo. Right? There we have the President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt, who I think was the greatest president we ever had. We have Winston Churchill, the leader of Britain, and then we have Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union. They were together, standing together to defeat the Nazis. A great moment in our history. You'll notice every time in American history where we're on the right side, America and Russia are friends. During the American Revolution, the Russians were on our side to fight against the British Empire. During the Civil War, Russia sent its navy to New York City's harbors to support Abraham Lincoln. And during the fight against fascism, we Americans, we were friendly with the Soviet Union. They've tried to erase that history. A lot of Americans think that the Soviet Union was on the other side. They've forgotten that the Soviet Union took Berlin, that the Soviet Union liberated Auschwitz concentration camp. The people of the Soviet Union and the American people were friends and allies to defeat the Nazis during the war, and they've totally tried to erase that history. But here we have it on display. And of course, we have the crimes of the Japanese imperialists who were in an alliance with the Germans, and that there's a real continuity between what the Nazis were doing during World War II and what NATO is doing. People forget that the alliance between Japan and Italy and Germany, what was it called? It was called the Anti-Comintern Pact. It was the anti-Soviet pact, right? And NATO is basically the Anti-Comintern Pact Part 2.
lot of great history on display here. And you see some of the horrendous propaganda of the Nazis, what they did, how they justified their genocidal crimes in the name of fighting Russia, fighting communism, fighting the Soviet Union. It's very, very wild. And then we have, of course, the formation of NATO to keep the Soviet Union out of Europe. Insanity. Wow, well, that's a lot of beautiful stuff, important stuff that people need to hear about here at the festival. Thank you.
Russia out of poverty in the 19th, 20th century. Do you know anything about the Great Chinese Starvation?
Yeah, I do actually.
It was pretty good, right? Yeah, let's talk about that.
All right. Yeah. So what was China like before the Chinese Communist Party came to power?
Oh, it was terrible. And
what is China like now?
It got much better after they killed all of the people by stealing
what is it
farms.
like now? I'm asking you, what is it like now? What is
China like now?
Compared to how it was before?
So you're saying that
the greatest is China better off now?
So
millions of people have been lifted from poverty. How many power plants were there before the Chinese Communist Party came into power?
Oh, well, did they have pickles
there?
How
many are there now?
Did they have pickles?
Steel mills. Did you know China didn't have a single steel mill before the Communist Party came to power?
You
now
know,
they make half the steel in the world. Did you know that?
Before the Super Bowl era, China was way worse off. So I think since we've started having the Super Bowl every year,
were there famines before the Chinese communists came to power? Were there famines before they came to power? Now, who cured the famines in China? Hundreds of millions of people were dying every year, over and over and over. People were dying. They had the century of humiliation where
hundreds of millions
all the time under capitalism, under free trade, people were dying. The Chinese Communist Party came in. They
imperialism
brought tractors to the countryside. They brought tractors to the countryside. They mechanized agriculture. And yeah, in the 1960s, there was a horrendous famine in the early 60s.
That just came about. It just came about.
That cured.
Came about.
No, it was a result of the fact that China was an underdeveloped country. That's what it was the result of. It was a result of the fact that China had been an underdeveloped country for so long, and they were rapidly trying to industrialize. And they clearly made mistakes in the process of industrializing. But then the Chinese Communist Party are the ones that prevented China from ever having something like that again, which happened all the time before they came to power. That's what you're missing. Right? You know, I mean, I don't understand this. Like, so, I'm trying to think of an analogy that might be good, but it's like, what might be a good analogy? If someone's a drug addict for 20 years and then they go into rehab, and after they've been in rehab for a year, they relapse, right? And then they go back into rehab and then they never use drugs again. Is rehab responsible for them using drugs?
Oh, so you're saying the opposite is true for communism?
I'm saying that communism cured China of having starvation. And you're saying that because there was an episode of starvation in the early 60s, that doesn't count.
Well, what actually happened in 1959? What happened?
In 1959, there was
what happened? Did someone come to power?
Policies that they were trying to rapidly industrialize. The Soviet Union cut them off, right? The Soviet Union had been helping them develop, and the Soviet Union cut them off. And they had people misreporting how much they were growing, and there was confusion, and it led to a disaster. The same kind of disaster that had happened over and over and over again. There was a famine in 1928 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1946 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1890 where millions of people died. There was famines all the time. Are those famines the fault of capitalism?
So your analysis is that the Great Starvation that happened in the late 50s and early 60s
is not representative.
No, your characterization.
Bad thing that happened one time that the Chinese Communist Party cured does not speak for the entire experience of that.
I want to ask you though, and I broke your rule.
Back to my drug rehab example, right?
Well, I broke your rule.
Uses drugs for 20 years, goes into rehab to stop using drugs, then relapses in rehab for a year, and then goes back into rehab and never uses drugs again. Did rehab cause them to be a drug addict?
So my question to you,
in that situation,
it is rehab's fault. Yes, in your retarded
even though rehab
analogy.
Cured them, but it just had a relapse during the curing process.
I want to know what you're honest, and let's have a good faith let's have a good faith discussion here.
China before the communists.
Is your assertion that it was a lack of central planning that caused the Great Starvation in China? It was a lack of central planning caused
My
that?
assertion is that the Great Leap Forward was a failure as they were trying to set up what they'd never had before, which was a modern agricultural system. And as they were bringing tractors to the countryside, and as they were building power plants, and as they were constructing a national plan in order to get rid of these things,
something the free market didn't do anywhere. Something that wasn't able to be accomplished by the free market anywhere else in the industrialized world.
Really? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that died before the communists came in. In 1928, Edgar Snow, the author of Red Star Over China, talked about how he was in 1928 in China and millions of people were starving to death. And one of the main reasons they were starving to death was because China had no central government to mobilize relief. When the crops failed in one area, the government had no ability. There was no central government. There were warlords that controlled different regions, and they had no ability to bring food. It's funny because, we put out this palm card to promote the event. And, we put, is America the New Rome? Will it fall? And an evening of socialist education. And I think the reason we put, this bottom part, an evening of socialist education, is because there's a lot of stupidity out there when it comes to the fall of Rome. Whenever you hear somebody talking about the fall of the Roman Empire, a political leader, a commentator, you almost want to cringe, right? There's a recording of Richard Nixon, for example, when he was in the White House. And he was really upset, and the show All in the Family had just come out, and there'd been an episode that featured a gay couple. He was just furious about it. And he's sitting there, and there's an audio recording of Nixon in the White House, and he's sitting there and says, oh my God, what is this? This is the fall of a civilization. Oh my God, don't you know the last 5 Roman emperors were a bunch of fags? This is awful. He's sitting there. Well, I'm not here tonight to tell you that the Roman Empire fell because of homosexuality. You were hoping to hear that, you came to the wrong event. I found a lot of videos of guys in their Make America Great Again hats, and they're like, you know why the Roman Empire fell? It's because a bunch of immigrants came in there and took all the jobs. They didn't put up a wall. No, the Roman Empire did not fall. It did not fall because of immigration. So if you're looking for someone to tell you that, you came to the wrong meeting. But why talk about Rome, right? It's thousands of years ago. But the thing is, if you can understand the fall of the Roman Empire, if you can understand historical events and develop a scientific and dialectical understanding of history and apply that analysis and those methods to understanding historical events, if you can do that, you can understand what's happening in the world today, and you can understand how we might move toward a better future. Now, before we get to exactly why the Roman Empire fell, I think we need to throw out a question. Was the fall of Rome a good thing? Was the fall of Rome a good thing? Right? Now, your gut instinct, you want to say yes, right? Because the Roman Empire was associated with so many evil things: slavery, plunder, occupation of peoples. It's perfectly correct to admire Spartacus and the heroic slave revolt that took place in the 1st century BC in the Italian peninsula, where slaves broke their chains and rose up and killed their masters and fought for freedom. It's absolutely correct to admire the Scottish warriors who fought for the liberation of their people in Britain from the Romans, or the zealots of ancient Palestine who fought for the liberation of their people. It's absolutely correct. But that doesn't answer the question. Was the fall of the Roman Empire actually a good thing? And most historians, most classicists will tell you, no, it was not, right? Clifford Ando, probably the most well-respected classicist, in a lecture he gave to the Oriental Institute, he's from the University of Chicago, he talks about how archaeologists have dug up the bones of people, right? And they've shown that after the fall of the Roman Empire, in the aftermath of the fall of the Roman Empire, the human life expectancy went down significantly, right? After the fall of the Roman Empire, calorie intake and nutrition that people had significantly went down. After the fall of the Roman Empire, things across Europe got more and more unstable. And it actually took Europe 1,100 years to get back to the population level it had had at the height of the Roman Empire in the first 2 centuries AD, right? It took 1,100 years for Europe to return to that population level. So by any objective measure, the fall of the Roman Empire was quite a bad thing. It made people's lives significantly worse. And it's interesting that at the time the United States was being created as a country,
One of the most popular books in the English language was Edward Gibbon's book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which was being published in volumes. I believe 8 different volumes of the book were published. And if you read the writings of, George Washington, the letters of Thomas Jefferson and others, they were reading this and they were obsessed with this. And the reason that a lot of cities in upstate New York have names similar to, Roman names or Roman figures is because of that. The reason that in Washington, D.C., a lot of the way the roads are laid out and a lot of the architecture is modeled on Rome is because of that. That there was wide-ranging discussion at the time of the Renaissance and later the Enlightenment throughout Europe asking what went wrong with the Roman Empire. Why did the Roman Empire fall? What was going on?
My name is Caleb, and I'm a student, a former student and a worker here in New York City. And I want to begin by giving a shout out to all the youth who couldn't come today because they're locked in the prisons, in a prison industrial complex where profits are made from jailing people away. Youth who are being picked up and jailed for things that are not criminal, things that shouldn't be jailed for. I also want to give a shout out to all the youth who, because of economic conditions, have been forced to join the U.S. military and are abroad used as cannon fodder for these profiteers and these bankers. They couldn't be here today. Now, if you look up at these buildings all around us, before these buildings were constructed, what did the people who built them have? They had a blueprint. They had a blueprint and a plan. And then they went to engineers, and they went to construction workers, and they constructed the building. Well, right now, Wall Street and the banker class, the people who actually run this country, they have a blueprint. And it's written in all of their Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman textbooks. Their blueprint is the destruction of the future of this generation. Their blueprint is the end of free public education. Their blueprint is the end of decent schools. Their blueprint is low wages. Their blueprint is massive unemployment. Their blueprint is massive home foreclosures. Their blueprint is massive destruction of the future and the end of the social programs that keep people alive. That's their blueprint, and they're mobilizing around it. They've got their Tea Party thugs mobilizing around it. They've got their police mobilizing around it to repress us and cage us in pins for speaking out. They've got their Democrats and their Republicans mobilizing around it. And if we're going to resist their program, we have to learn from the generations in the past who've done it before. In the 1930s, not far from here in Union Square, there was a demonstration of 10,000 people. And they gathered, and their slogan was "Fight or Starve." And they gathered in Union Square by the hundreds of thousands. And when the police told them they couldn't march, they said no. And they said, "This is our street, and we're going to march." And they had a banner at that march. And you know what the slogan that was on the front banner of that march back in 1932? You know what the slogan was? Remember it. Remember it. Take it with you. If you remember a phrase, remember it. The slogan was class against class. And that's what we're talking about. Class against class. Say it with me. Class against class. Class against class. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on. If we're going to resist, we need a blueprint of our own. We need to design our own blueprint, and we need to start implementing it in the streets. Whether we need to coordinate all of the resistance together so we can build a strong, united program of resisting the bankers' agenda of shutting us down and destroying us. We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all. And we need to step back and think about the real possibility that there could be a time when people like us could actually own and operate the banks and the factories, and there would be no boss class or banker class running society. People like you and I could actually have a say and run society. That would require one thing very simply, and it would require us to abolish capitalism. The capitalist system is the ruthless, evil system of the bankers, and I say if we're going to resist their program and their blueprint for destruction, we're going to have to abolish their system. So let's organize, let's be out there, and let's fight. Thank you.
Hey folks, so I'm just walking around the parking lot here in a neighborhood in my area, and I'm thinking about what happened yesterday where this crazy guy
tried to kill Donald Trump. And apparently the same guy also went and tried to fight in Ukraine. And it just goes to show you, you know, I mean, obviously we have no sympathy for this person, this crazed, you know, nut who tried to kill a major presidential candidate simply because, you know, it looks like because he is following mainstream foreign policy narratives. Obviously, we have no sympathy for this person, and etc. But at the same time, the sad thing about it is that when I look over this person's life, what I see is a desperation to be important, desperation to be heroic. You know, a lot of people really want something to live for. They want to believe that they're making a difference, and you know, this guy seemed to be so desperate to have value and have meaning, and somehow desperate to find a cause to fight for, to believe in something, that he absorbed CNN propaganda narratives, and he thought that by doing that he could be a hero, and by repeating, you know, U.S. government propaganda about Ukraine and then targeting a presidential candidate based on that. And it shows that a lot of people really do have a desire to become heroic. That's a basic part of being a human being, is you want to be important, you want to be a hero, but there's other ways to be a hero than to do something unbelievably awful and to serve the richest and most powerful and evil satanic villains in history, which are the big monopolies and the imperialists that are trying to destroy Russia. You know, and we need to give people a way that they can be heroic by fighting for their families and fighting for their communities and fighting against the imperialists, not by repeating their narratives and not by engaging in, you know, terrorist activities. We oppose terrorism and assassinations and anything like that. We also, at the same time, we oppose their narrative around Ukraine and their idea that Russia is the aggressor, when in reality it's the United States that toppled the Ukrainian government in 2014. But part of our mission is to give people a way to be heroic. When I was in Russia for the World Youth Festival, one of the big themes that they emphasized is that during World War II, ordinary people all across the Soviet Union became heroes by defending their homeland. And that's what we need to communicate to people, is by defending your country from the imperialists, by fighting for jobs and schools and education against the big bankers and monopolies that are destroying our country and trying to march us toward World War III, you can be a hero. You can be a hero. So let's point people who have that natural desire to be heroes, to feel heroic, to feel like they're making a difference. Let's point them in a good direction, away from terrorism and craziness, and away from serving the imperialists, but toward, you know, the values that we're trying to spread, toward community and brotherhood and anti-imperialism.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want.
They see that they don't they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.